Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku was reborn in a world ruled by heroines? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A completely destroyed city lay before them, with buildings, homes, schools, and shops all in ruins. The reason for this devastation was a monumental battle taking place at that very moment. Even the top heroes could not intervene due to the sheer scale of the conflict. On one side was All For One, the #1 villain, who had escaped from prison with the help of the League of Villains after being defeated by All Might. On the other side stood Izuku Midoriya, the current bearer of One For All, engaged in a fierce struggle against him. Izuku was severely injured, blood trickling down from his head, his clothes tattered, and one arm broken from using all his power to deliver a strong blow to All For One's face, causing significant damage, especially since he had not fully recovered from his previous battle with All Might. All For One taunted the young hero, claiming he was nothing compared to him or All Might, insisting that Izuku could do nothing against him. But Izuku, determined and resolute, vowed never to give up. He would not allow All For One to kill anyone else or continue his reign of evil, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He unleashed the full power of his inherited quirk. Meanwhile, all citizens and heroes had been evacuated to a safe area, watching the battle unfold on a large screen with fear, helplessness, desperation, concern, and anxiety. The future of Japan and the world rested on Izuku Midoriya's shoulders. His friends, including Inko, All Might, Koda, and Eri, were terrified, hoping for Izuku's victory and safe return. However, fate had other plans. The battle resumed with intensity. Izuku utilized his Black Whip quirk to grab All For One and strike him hard, while the villain retaliated with his multiple quirks, inflicting damage on the emerald-eyed hero. Seizing an opportunity when All For One's guard was down, Izuku delivered a powerful kick to the villain's chin, sending him soaring into the air. With the immense strength he possessed at that moment, Izuku leaped high enough to position himself above the villain, delivering a punch that appeared as if 100 colossal fists were striking All For One simultaneously. Upon receiving that blow, All For One felt his bones crack and his organs suffer, though fortunately, none were fatal. He crashed to the ground, while Izuku landed on his feet, exhausted after more than half an hour of fighting. He sighed, believing he had finally defeated All For One. However, just then, an attack from All For One pierced through Izuku's left shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain, sending shockwaves of fear through the onlookers. All For One struggled to rise, his clothes in tatters, but he stood defiantly, the blow having taken a toll on him. Filled with rage, All For One vowed to kill the stupid child, mutating his left arm with the combination of quirks he was using. He threatened to end Izuku's life just as he had done to Nana Shimura, igniting anger in both Izuku and All Might, who watched helplessly. Izuku, refusing to let All For One tarnish the name of All Might's mentor, charged forward, channeling all of One For All into his right arm, determined to end the villain's legacy of evil with one decisive blow. As they collided, their fists met with tremendous force, creating a gust of wind that swept across the battlefield. The helicopters broadcasting live were shaken violently, and neither combatant backed down. Despite their injuries, both were intent on defeating the other. All For One seemed to gain the upper hand, while Izuku was nearing exhaustion, his right arm turning a deep shade of purple. Izuku, feeling the weight of the battle, thought to himself that he could not afford to falter. He needed to push beyond his limits for the sake of his friends and the world. With newfound determination, he declared that he would go beyond, channeling the essence of plus ultra. At that moment he felt his injuries fade away, and his fatigue vanished, surprising All For One as he began to overpower the villain in their clash. Desperate, All For One questioned how Izuku could muster more power. Izuku, filled with resolve, declared that it would be the end for All For One. With a powerful swing of his right arm, he shattered All For One's arm, causing the villain to scream in pain. Then, moving closer, he aimed his left fist directly at All For One's face and unleashed a mighty blow, shouting with all his might, sending the villain crashing to the ground. The impact created a whirlwind from the force of the strike, shaking the helicopters once more. When the chaos subsided, Izuku stood with his quirk deactivated, both arms broken, his clothes torn, and blood streaming down his face and arms. Yet, he raised his left fist in a gesture of victory. A reporter, overwhelmed with emotion, announced that Izuku Midoriya had won. The spectators erupted in cheers of joy and relief, celebrating the green-haired hero's triumph. Izuku Midoriya fell to her knees in fear, while All Might looked on with a mix of pride and concern for his successor. Izuku's friends rejoiced at his victory, but their happiness quickly turned to dread as they saw Izuku slowly collapsing to the ground. Nizu, the director of UA, urgently called for ambulances and available heroes to rush to Midoriya's aid. But it was too late. After 7 minutes, the ambulances and heroes arrived, witnessing a scene where a city once stood, now reduced to nothing. Only 2 figures lay on the ground. One hero approached All for One, checking for signs of life, but finding none. They loaded him into an ambulance, while the other heroes rushed to Izuku's side. When the heroes saw the lifeless eyes of Izuku, a wave of fear washed over them. They noticed his pale complexion, and among them was Eraserhead, Izuku's mentor. He rushed to Izuku, kneeling beside him. He pressed 2 fingers to Izuku's neck, feeling the coldness of his skin. He tried to find a pulse, but there was none. It was clear. Izuku Midoriya had died saving the world. The aspiring hero, Deku, had left them behind. Eraserhead whispered that Izuku was gone, tears streaming down his face as he embraced the body of his student. On a large television screen, viewers watched Eraser's actions unfold, many of them breaking down in tears. Uraraka fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Bakugo stood in shock, unwilling to cry, but his body betrayed him as tears began to flow. Inko, witnessing the heartbreaking scene, fainted, only to be caught by someone nearby. All Might, seeing his pupil seemingly lifeless, fell to his knees, overwhelmed by grief and pain. In an unknown place, Izuku floated in darkness, untouched by the battle that had taken place. He opened his eyes, taking in the void around him. He wondered where he was, feeling a mix of confusion and fear. A voice broke the silence, assuring him that he was not in danger. A figure appeared, an elderly man with a long gray beard and white hair, wearing a white robe. The man explained that Izuku had died. Izuku, however, was not surprised. He had anticipated this outcome in the battle. The man introduced himself as Kami-sama, or as Izuku would know him, God. This revelation shocked Izuku, who had never believed in such a being. He worried about the consequences of his disbelief and asked what Kami-sama wanted from him. Kami-sama laughed, calming Izuku. He wanted to congratulate him and thank him for saving so many lives at the cost of his own. Izuku's thoughts quickly turned to All for One, and he asked about him, feeling a sense of urgency. Kami-sama casually informed him that All for One was being punished in the depths of hell. Izuku sighed in relief at this news. Then, Kami-sama got to the point. He wanted to offer Izuku a second chance at life. Izuku was intrigued but confused, asking what that meant. Kami-sama explained that he could be reborn, but not in his original world, as that would cause chaos. Izuku processed this information, realizing that his world implied the existence of others. Kami-sama confirmed that there was indeed a multiverse, each with its own rules and variations. A glass sphere appeared between them, showing a different universe where Izuku had never liked heroes, viewing them as self-serving. In this alternate reality, he had become an anti-hero, much like Stain. This revelation surprised Izuku, as it was true. Kami-sama then proposed the idea of Izuku starting anew in a different universe, hinting that he might even find love and family. Izuku felt a rush of emotions at the thought. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to accept Kami-sama's offer. Kami-sama explained that he would be reborn as a baby but would retain all his memories and knowledge. He also had a special gift for Izuku. He would activate his original quirk, not the inherited one, when he turned 4. Izuku nodded, ready for this new adventure. Izuku felt a shift within himself as he received a gift of knowledge, a sudden headache causing him to wince. He learned that he would be the most intelligent person in his world, leaving him in awe. Overcome with gratitude, he began to bow repeatedly. It was time for his rebirth, and with 2 claps, a bright light enveloped him, causing him to fade away. As Izuku's form began to vanish, he asked where he would end up, but Kami-sama shrugged, indicating uncertainty about the destination of his rebirth. He wished Izuku good luck, hoping for a wonderful life ahead. In a hospital in Mizudafu, a nurse encouraged a woman with green hair, around 28 years old, to push harder. With great effort, she bore a baby girl who had a small tuft of green hair. The nurse instructed others to take the baby for cleaning and health checks. As the woman continued to push, the nurse was surprised to find that the second baby was a boy. The woman, Izuku Midoriya, was astonished to learn she had given birth to a son, Izuku, who opened his tiny eyes as if taking in the world around him. 4 years later, 3 green-haired individuals were playing peacefully in their apartment. Inko, the mother, watched over her children, Azumi, the 4-year-old daughter, and Izuku, her younger son. In a world where 99% of the population was female, and only 1% male, boys were extremely rare and highly valued. This made Inko and Azumi overly protective of Izuku, who had to disguise himself as a girl when going outside, which he found uncomfortable. As they played, a picture frame fell, and Izuku rushed to catch it, only for it to float in midair, astonishing everyone. Inko expressed her joy at Izuku awakening his quirk, while Azumi excitedly hugged her brother. Izuku felt grateful, realizing he had inherited his mother's abilities. Inko planned to schedule a doctor's appointment to examine his quirk and suggested they celebrate with a special meal, which thrilled both children. Later, Izuku lay in his room, contemplating his past life and the present. He decided to practice his newfound quirk, levitating various objects with ease, thanks to the knowledge he had received. After celebrating his achievement, the family went to bed. 11 years passed since Izuku had awakened his quirk. He discovered that it was not just telekinesis but a unique variation he called elemental telekinesis, allowing him to manipulate the elements. This revelation amazed him and his family. Over the years, Izuku had transformed significantly, standing at 179 centimeters tall, with a well-developed physique from daily exercise. Azumi had also grown, now measuring 165 centimeters, with striking features that caught the attention of those around her. As they shared a meal, Izuku brought up a topic of interest, prompting a lively discussion among the 3 of them. Izuku expressed his desire to study in the hero course at UA and become a hero, leaving his mother and sister in silence. Inko, his mother, voiced her concerns, reminding him of the potential chaos that could ensue if he stepped outside. She worried about the scandal it could cause in Japan, explaining that this was why he had remained indoors for so long. Azumi, his sister, agreed with their mother, urging Izuku to reconsider his decision. She didn't want any other women getting too close to her brother. Izuku reassured them, calmly stating that he could handle any situation that arose. His impressive intelligence had allowed him to solve numerous problems effortlessly, such as ensuring that the Midoriya household never ran out of water, electricity, or internet. To him, their home felt like a fortress, incredibly secure. He hoped they would respect his decision. Both women exchanged worried glances, reluctant to see their beloved son and brother take such a risky step. However, they understood that Izuku was resolute in his choice, leaving them with no option but to support him. The following day, after his conversation with his mother and sister, Izuku made the decision to leave the house to train his physical abilities and his quirk. His quirk was powerful, allowing him to manipulate elements at will, including liquids, like blood, which meant he could control living beings. However, he had never tested this ability on anyone. We find him talking with Azumi in his room, which was much more ordinary than in his previous life. Izuku announced to Azumi that he had decided to leave the house to train. His sister turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost, prompting him to check on her well-being. Azumi expressed her concern, worrying that women outside would not leave him alone. Izuku chuckled, reassuring her that he had a plan to deal with that and told her not to worry. He affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her to blush, before standing up and heading for the door. As he stepped outside, he thought to himself that he had faced the number one villain but was nervous about leaving home. After closing the door behind him, Azumi declared that she would follow him. Izuku began walking through the city, carefully concealing his appearance with a baggy sweater, a black mask, gray pants, and his distinctive red sneakers. He noticed that there were many women around, with hardly any men in sight, which did not surprise him. He felt a bit uncomfortable but also recognized familiar stores from his original world, albeit with some differences. As he observed a heroine patrolling the area, she became suspicious of his attire, believing he might be a disguised villain. Approaching him, she asked if she could ask him some questions, startling him. In a panic, he ran even though he possessed the intelligence of a god. The heroine held onto his sweater, which tore as he fled, revealing a black tank top underneath, as he had intended to train. Surprised by the revelation that he was a man, the heroine quickly began to chase him. Izuku thought to himself that he needed to hide from her. He turned into an alleyway, crouching down as the heroine passed by. After ensuring she was gone, he turned to leave and found himself at a beach, the same one he had cleaned in his other world, now just as littered as before. This sight brought back memories for him. As he looked around, he noticed no one was present except for two individuals observing him, Azumi, who was keeping an eye on her brother, and a tall blonde heroine with striking blue eyes and a unique outfit. Determined to train as he had in his previous world, Izuku prepared to begin when the same heroine who had chased him appeared, accompanied by over 70 girls who had heard about the presence of a man. They spotted Izuku, who was now without his mask and wearing shorts, and he turned to face the overwhelming crowd of women with a mix of fear and surprise. Seeing the danger her brother was in, Azumi rushed to his side to help him. However, she did not expect a tall blonde girl with a striking figure to leap in front of Izuku, catching both him and the other women off guard. The crowd erupted in excitement, calling out for All Might, the number one heroine. Izuku sighed in relief at her arrival, while All Might requested the girls to leave him alone and stop bothering him. One of the women protested, arguing that he was the first man in Japan, and they couldn't miss the opportunity to be near a real man. Azumi stood beside her brother, insisting that they leave Oni-chan alone, surprising him. All Might took the two twins, knowing that the women would not leave the green-haired boy in peace, and then jumped to a location away from the crowd. Izuku expressed his gratitude to All Might, acknowledging that there were many ways to escape the situation, but he appreciated the help. Azumi hugged her brother protectively, clearly shaken by what had just happened. All Might, the number one hero, reassured Izuku, stating that it was her duty to protect citizens. Then, she grew serious, capturing the attention of the green-haired boy and making Azumi nervous. She pointed out that he was the first male in Japan, to which Izuku nodded. All Might questioned why no one knew about this. Azumi explained that she and their mother had kept Oni-chan's existence a secret for his safety. Izuku added that if people found out there was a man here, it could cause a national scandal. He then asked Azumi to go home, promising he would catch up later. Azumi, initially hesitant, agreed to her brother's request. Izuku turned to All Might, suggesting that she had come to find a successor for One for All, which left All Might wide-eyed. Upon hearing the words, One for All Might's expression turned serious as she questioned who had told Izuku about it, suspecting someone might have leaked the information. Izuku introduced himself properly as Izuku Midoriya, the former bearer of One for All, with a slight smile, hoping to confuse the hero. He then explained that he was not entirely from this world, he had been reborn in a different one. He revealed that he had been the 9th bearer of One for All and the successor to All Might. As he spoke, flames began to emerge from his left hand, forming a muscular figure with a bright smile, representing All Might. The hero was astonished, though skeptical, as Izuku recounted his battles against various villains, including Stain and All for One, and how he had died alongside All for One before being reborn in this world. The detailed account seemed almost unbelievable, yet All Might found it credible. All Might stated that she would need proof to verify Izuku's story. Izuku agreed, explaining that he did not have the evidence with him but invited her to a specific location in 2 days for the demonstration. He expressed his desire to avoid attracting more attention from women and then slipped away quietly, utilizing his ninja-like skills. 2 days later, All Might stood in front of the door at the address Izuku had given her. After a brief wait, Izuku opened the door and welcomed her inside. They both sat down, and Izuku revealed a metallic glove with several buttons, claiming it could show his memories. He explained that constructing the glove was challenging, especially with so many girls around, but now that his mother and Azumi were not present, he could demonstrate the proof. He intended to show her the time All Might had fought All for One. As Izuku activated the glove, a hologram projected the battle in third person. All Might watched in amazement, realizing that Izuku's story was true. Izuku asked if she believed him now, turning off the hologram and setting the glove aside. All Might, filled with excitement, acknowledged that she now believed Izuku and had found a successor. She then asked if he wanted to have one for all again, surprising Izuku with the prompt offer. Izuku thought to himself that if he mastered one for all before he had in his previous world, he could defeat All for One here. With a smile, he agreed to the proposition. All Might, laughing, produced a long hair from her head and explained that he needed to eat it. Izuku turned pale, having completely forgotten that part. He reluctantly consumed the hair, feeling a chill run down his spine. All Might assured him that he would be able to use one for all again in a few hours and said her goodbyes, promising to see him soon. Izuku felt nostalgic as he once again accessed one for all, a bittersweet smile on his face. He stood up and told himself that waiting for hours was not an option. As red and orange lines began to appear on his body, his eyes sparkled, and his hair lifted slightly. With a surge of energy, he activated one for all, full cowling 30%. The green lightning crackled around him, bringing a smile to his face before he deactivated the power and pondered what kind of super-powered character he was. He chuckled softly, realizing that applying to UA would be quite a challenge. Suddenly, the front door was blown off its hinges by an explosion, revealing a girl with ash-colored hair and an angry expression. She unleashed bursts of energy from her palms as she glared at Izuku, who widened his eyes in surprise. He recognized her as Keed, and she was furious, not with him, but with her friend Azumi for keeping the existence of a twin brother a secret for so long. Izuku stood there, taken aback by her intensity. Keed confronted him directly, her demeanor fierce as she demanded to know if he was indeed the brother of the girl she was so upset with. Izuku responded seriously, questioning if there was anything wrong with being Azumi's brother. Just then, Azumi rushed in, having chased after her friend for several blocks, and upon seeing her brother, she gasped in dismay. Keed stepped closer to Azumi, their faces inches apart, and the tension was palpable. She expressed her frustration, questioning why Azumi had hidden such an important truth from her, tears of anger welling in her eyes. Despite her explosive personality, the betrayal stung deeply. Azumi stammered an explanation, but Izuku interjected, positioning himself between the two girls with a serious expression. He assured Azumi that he would handle the situation. He turned to Keed, explaining that Azumi had kept the secret to avoid causing a national scandal, as boys were often treated as treasures, and Azumi wanted to protect him. His tone was firm yet kind, and Keed felt her cheeks warm slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Quickly wiping away her tears, Keed adopted her usual tough demeanor and begrudgingly acknowledged that she understood the situation. Izuku, recalling his childhood friend, felt a nostalgic smile form on his face as Keed introduced herself in her own unique way. Izuku introduced himself, and both Keed and Azumi were momentarily taken aback by the nickname he used for her. Noticing their surprise, he casually asked if it bothered her. Keed, slightly flustered by the nickname, brushed it off and declared her intention to leave, promising to return the next day. As she walked away, Izuku thought to himself about her tsundere nature, while Azumi pouted at the closeness they had shared, feeling somewhat overlooked. Noticing her expression, Izuku gently patted her head, trying to comfort her. He remarked on how explosive Keed was, eliciting a blush from Azumi as she nervously admitted that Keed had always been like that since they were kids. Izuku noticed her blush and felt a twinge of concern, wondering what it meant. Izuku pondered whether Azumi had feelings for him, feeling a mix of hope and anxiety as he resolved to investigate this matter. In his room, he would take the time to explore his thoughts, though he also needed to train for the UA entrance exam, which was only 8 months away. Using his original quirk, he repaired the door that had been slightly burnt, placing it back in its original position as if it were the simplest task in the world. Over those 8 months, Izuku developed a strong friendship with Bakugo, growing closer as they trained together. Meanwhile, his sister Azumi became increasingly protective and possessive of him. During this time, Bakugo found himself falling for Izuku, adopting a more tsundere attitude towards him. Izuku, on the other hand, discovered that his sister was extremely protective of him and emotionally attached as a sister, which made him uncomfortable, though not excessively so. He also mastered the use of one for all, learning to harness its full power with surprising ease. Now, the three of them keyed Bakugo, Azumi, and Izuku were heading towards UA for their entrance exams. Izuku was dressed unusually, wearing a vest with small fake BRSS, sunglasses and loose jeans, along with his signature red sneakers. He felt comfortable in this outfit, as he often wore it to blend in with the crowd of girls. As they climbed the stairs of UA, Kid and Azumi chatted with Izuku, but he stumbled on a step, triggering a memory. When he heard a girl's voice, Izuku felt a wave of emotion, holding back tears. The girl instructed him to release, prompting him to stand and bow in gratitude to the machi-loving girl. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, using a voice changer he had built in under 5 hours, which turned invisible once worn. He was amazed at how easily he could create things without plans. The girl, Ochako Uraraka, responded cheerfully, wishing him and his friends luck as she entered the academy. Kid and Azumi felt a twinge of jealousy at the interaction but dismissed it, thinking they wouldn't see Ochako again. The three of them entered the academy, where Izuku knew the exact location for the written exam. When the girls asked how he knew, he simply claimed to have a good sense of direction, and they believed him. Present Mike, the commentator hero, began explaining the exam details, and Izuku was surprised by her appearance, finding her truly beautiful. He jokingly thought to himself that he would give her a compliment, but he wasn't as forward as some of his classmates. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair stood up, voicing an unnecessary complaint about the hero. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, as she was very different from Tenya Ida from his universe. After Present Mike finished her explanation, she instructed everyone to begin the written exam, which would last a maximum of 1 hour. Izuku completed it in just 10 minutes, astonishing the other candidates and the professional hero. She directed him to Field C to wait for the other participants, which he accepted, heading to the designated area and marveling at the vast, fake city UA had constructed. He realized he had forgotten just how much money the director had. After 45 minutes, the other participants began to arrive. Izuku noticed he was once again paired with Ida and Uraraka, smiling nostalgically. He then stretched and prepared to use his second quirk, whispering one for all, full cowling 10% as green lightning crackled around him. As the countdown began, he shouted, 3, 2, 1, go, and dashed towards the doors of Field B, which swung open. He quickly entered the city, spotting several 2-point robots. Determined, he decided to use only one for all during the tests, gathering his fingers to unleash 2 blasts of compressed air at the robots, which crumbled under the force. Delaware smash, he exclaimed after launching the attacks, pleased to have scored 12 points and eager to collect more. As he continued to rack up points, totaling 76 with just 10% of one for all, an earthquake shook the field. Izuku recognized the source immediately and sprinted toward a 0-point robot, noticing the other participants fleeing in panic. He spotted a certain brown-haired girl struggling to escape and, using his quirk at 15%, increased his speed. With a powerful leap, he reached the robot's face and shouted, Detroit! Smareas! The green-haired boy delivered a powerful smash to the face of his opponent, causing a dramatic explosion. Unlike his previous world, here he remained unscathed, his clothing intact to protect his identity. After defeating the 0-point robot, he activated his first quirk, a variation he called Elemental Control, allowing him to manipulate the wind around him. It seemed as if he was flying as he descended gently to the ground, then ceased using his original quirk. He rushed to help Ochako, lifting her from the rubble with a small portion of his one for all, assisting her to her feet. He smiled pleasantly at her, acknowledging their shared experience. Izuku thought they were even now, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Uraraka as he helped her walk toward Recovery Girl, all while maintaining his voice changer. In the next scene, a green-haired boy donned his UA uniform, having achieved first place, a result he hadn't anticipated. He had expected Kaken to take the top spot, just as in his previous world. Requesting to wear pants instead of a skirt, he felt more comfortable in this attire. As he left his room, he had inserted padding to disguise his gender and activated his voice changer. He stepped out with Azumi by his side, bidding farewell to his mother, who reminded them to take care. Upon exiting, they encountered Keed, who joined them on the other side of Izuku. The emerald-eyed boy and the ruby-eyed girl exchanged challenging glances, as if competing for something. They each took one of Izuku's arms, walking together as a trio. He sighed, feeling the weight of the long day ahead. After 25 minutes, they arrived at classroom 1A. Familiar with the layout, they found their way without getting lost. Izuku opened the door to find his classmates, nearly choking on his saliva upon realizing that his peers from the other world were now girls, a fact he had anticipated. He took his seat, which was the same as in his original world, with Bakugu and Azumi sitting beside him. They engaged in casual conversation until a blue-haired girl approached Izuku, introducing herself with a friendly yet authoritative tone, asking if he understood the true meaning of the exam. Izuku admitted he had forgotten the second meaning of the practical exam, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. Azumi and Keed felt a twinge of jealousy at this interaction but managed to hide it. Just then, a brown-haired girl entered the classroom, her face lighting up upon seeing someone. She walked over to greet her, and a voice filled with weariness echoed from the entrance. Aizawa, the teacher, remarked that if they were there to make friends, they might as well leave. Izuku recognized her voice and smiled slightly as she entered, clad in a yellow sack and dragging herself like a caterpillar. She commented on the irrationality of the girls today while sipping apple juice, then instructed them to change into sports uniforms and head to the training field. All the girls, except for Izuku, promptly left. Knowing why he hadn't joined them, Izuku excused himself to tie his shoelaces, feeling relieved when the classroom emptied. He glanced at the sports uniform on Aizawa's desk, hoping it would fit. To his delight, it was indeed his size. Grateful, he stored the uniform in his backpack and changed before heading to the training field, where all the girls had gathered. Aizawa questioned why he took so long to change, and Izuku, with his voice changer activated, explained that he had forgotten something in the classroom. Fortunately, his excuse was believable. She informed him that the director wanted to see him after class, and he silently hoped it wasn't about his gender. Aizawa proceeded to explain the test, facing some complaints from the students, but she paid little mind to them at that moment. She called Izuku Midoriya to step into a circle and instructed him to throw the ball as far as he could, using all his strength. As he prepared, he decided to use his quirk, natural control. He focused, moving his fingers to encourage flowers to grow and thicken, transforming them into a medium-sized cannon. He placed the ball in position, pleasantly surprised by the result. The other girls, except for Aizawa, Azumi, Bakugu, and a girl with bicolor hair, were astonished by his display of power. With a playful tone, he launched the ball from the cannon, exclaiming in jest as it soared away. Afterward, he returned the plants to their original state and turned to Aizawa, eager to know his score. Aizawa measured the height, surprising many girls with the result of 1.950 meters. Izuku smiled slightly, as it was more than he had expected. He then announced that they would continue with the tests. After the quirk evaluations concluded, the homeroom teacher of Class A, exhausted, announced the results. Izumi secured first place, followed by Momo Yaoyorozu in second, a girl with bicolor hair named Oyuki Todoroki in third, Keed in fourth, and Azumi in fifth. The last place went to an invisible girl named Toru Hagakure, who was in tears, not wanting to be expelled on the first day. Aizawa then revealed that the expulsion was just a joke, meant to encourage everyone to give their best. He instructed the students to head to the classroom, except for Izuku Midoriya, who was asked to see the principal. This made Izuku, Azumi, and Kid tense, a reaction noted by a certain heterochromatic girl, but she dismissed it and went to the classroom. Izuku, feeling nervous, walked toward the principal's office. After a few minutes, he arrived and knocked on the door, receiving a voice inviting him in. To his surprise, he found a short girl with straight white hair, bare ears, and a scar over one eye, alongside none other than All Might. The principal introduced herself as Naoko and got straight to the point, causing Izuku to pale when she addressed him by his true name. She stated that she knew he was not a girl. Izuku activated the voice changer on the back of his neck, deactivating it to speak in his normal voice. He wondered how she had figured it out but kept silent about his suspicions. All Might explained that he had informed her, emphasizing the importance of Izuku's safety as the first male student at UA in many years. The principal then asked if he wanted his identity revealed to the public or if he preferred to keep it a secret. Izuku expressed his desire to keep everything confidential, and both women nodded in agreement. All Might then told him he could leave. After exiting the office, Izuku returned to his classroom and took his seat under the watchful eyes of Azumi and Kid. Following their classes, Izuku, Azumi, Kid, and Ochako left the academy together, forming a friendship. However, Bakugo and Izuku's sister were protective of him, which Izuku understood but chose to remain silent about to avoid future complications. The next day, some girls in Class 1A were chatting animatedly, while others were quiet or spoke with the disguised green-haired boy. Their conversations continued until a cheerful laughter echoed through the hallways, growing closer until the door swung open, revealing a smiling hero. All Might announced her entrance in a playful manner, prompting Izuku to think that it was anything but normal. She explained that they would be participating in a hero versus villain exercise, which reminded Izuku of a similar event in his previous world. After the explanation, All Might mentioned that they could wear their hero costumes, exciting all the girls, except for a few. She pressed a button, and the girls' costumes appeared, but Izuku's was missing. Curious, Ochako raised her hand to inquire about it. Izuku explained that he had forgotten to submit the design for his costume, so he would wear his sports uniform instead. This raised suspicions in a certain heterochromatic girl. After all the girls, including All Might, left, Izuku quickly changed into his uniform, stowing away his regular clothes in his backpack before joining the girls. He saw their costumes, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks at some of the revealing outfits. Kid and Azumi noticed his reaction and felt a pang of jealousy, prompting them to approach him. Upon seeing their costumes, Izuku couldn't help but blush even more. For a moment, he felt embarrassed for blushing at his sister, but he dismissed the thought, reasoning that any guy would react that way to such beauty. Izuku thought about how the Mineta from his world would be crying out of jealousy. All Might then announced that she would randomly assign teams, but a girl with notable features and a revealing costume raised her hand to ask how the division would work with a total of 21 students. All Might explained that one team would have 3 members instead of 2, clarifying Momo's confusion as he began to assign the teams. The matchups were as follows: Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka versus Kid Bakugo and Tenya Lida, Oyuki Todoroki and Azumi Midoriya versus Mishira Ojiro and Toru Hagakure, Hanta Siro and Dai Kaminari versus Kyoka Jairu and Minori Mineta. Upon seeing his team, Izuku could only think that it was quite the coincidence. In the entrance of a building within a simulated city, a brown-haired girl in her hero costume stood alongside a green-haired boy dressed in UA's sports uniform. Both students were about to begin the training assigned by All Might, and they were devising a plan. For Izuku, the strategy mirrored that of his other world. Suddenly, they heard a horn followed by All Might's voice announcing the start of the training. Ochako and Izumi exchanged determined glances and nodded before entering the building. They moved stealthily until Izuku pushed Ochako aside just as an explosion erupted nearby. Fortunately, he had made enhancements to their uniforms, making them much more durable than usual. It was Keed, wearing a somewhat manic smile, ready to set aside her feelings and focus on defeating Izuku, her explosively sadistic personality still intact. Izuku instructed Ochako to distract Lita as much as possible while he prepared to engage. She agreed and hurried off, leaving Izuku to face Keed. He activated his one for all at 5%, electric sparks radiating around him. Keed, without hesitation, charged at Izuku with her explosions propelling her forward. As she launched a powerful blast with her right hand, Izuku skillfully dodged, surprising Keed with his agility. Seizing the moment, he grabbed her right arm and pulled her forward, causing her to crash onto the ground, gasping for breath. Izuku took a few jumps back, observing as Keed got up, visibly annoyed. She charged at him again, but just before reaching him, she created an explosion beneath her, propelling herself behind him. Izuku was taken aback, realizing she was faster than the Bakugo from his previous world. Suddenly, he was struck by an explosion from behind, sending him crashing toward a wall. He noted that her quirk seemed stronger as well. Just before hitting the wall, he conjured a surface of ice behind him to soften the impact. Keed, witnessing this, was astonished, suspecting he might have a second quirk. As Izuku stood up, he noticed Bakugo preparing an attack, a serious look on his face. All Might, using a megaphone, warned Bakugo that such an attack could be lethal. Keed hesitated, but knowing how resilient Izuku was, she pulled the trigger, unleashing a powerful explosion that obliterated everything in its path. However, Izuku was not to be outdone. He inhaled deeply, forming a circle with his right index and thumb, and transformed the air into flames, launching a concentrated fire attack from his fingers. The small flame rapidly grew larger as it met Keed's explosion, resulting in a collision that sent both combatants crashing against the wall. The spectators in the observation room were left speechless by the intensity of the battle, questioning the true nature of Izuku's quirk as he appeared to wield more than one. When the smoke cleared, Keed was seen standing, but she was restrained by water chains binding her feet, hands, waist, and neck. Struggling to break free, she cursed at Izuku, but before she could finish, he delivered a powerful punch to her cheek, sending her crashing into a wall as the chains fell away. After the impact, Keed slumped against the wall, a trickle of blood running from her mouth. Izuku, adopting a defensive stance, reminded her not to give her opponent a chance to attack. Keed fell to the ground, dazed from the blow. As Izuku began to head toward the stairs, Keed moved her hands forward and pulled the trigger on her remaining glove, unleashing an explosion equal in strength to the previous one. Izuku, caught off guard, turned just in time to see the explosion engulf him completely. In the observation room, everyone watching the fight between Keed and Izumi was wide-eyed. What was supposed to be a combat training session had turned into a life-or-death battle. They expected All Might to rush to the building where the fight was taking place. Suddenly, a girl with blonde hair and a lightning bolt mark in her hair called out to the professional hero, drawing her attention to the screens. The hero watched in shock as the explosion subsided, revealing a thick cloud of smoke that obscured their view. Keed stood frozen, unable to believe that her attack had struck the green-haired boy so directly. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had harmed him, and the thought filled her with frustration and despair. Amidst the smoke, a bright blue light flickered, capturing the attention of Keed and the other girls. Azumi was genuinely worried about her brother. She knew he was strong, but concerns still gnawed at her. As the smoke cleared, they could see the green-haired boy standing, though he bore numerous injuries on his face, arms, and legs. Blood trickled from his wounds, and his clothes were tattered and singed. It was astonishing that Izumi remained standing, some of the girls thought. In his left hand, the boy displayed the same blue energy that Keed and the others had noticed, except for Lita and Ochako, who were still engaged in their own battle above. Suddenly, the green-haired boy began to levitate slightly, thanks to his control over air, and then launched himself at incredible speed toward Keed, catching her off guard. He struck her hard on the left cheek. Upon impact, Keed crashed against the wall behind her, breaking through it and instantly losing consciousness. The green-haired boy had used his energy manipulation to enhance the force of his blow. Although he could have relied on one for all, He needed to utilize his original quirk from time to time. After delivering the blow, he found himself breathing heavily, exhausted from using two variations of his quirk simultaneously. However, he had to continue with the training. Fortunately, his voice changer remained intact, allowing him to maintain his disguise. Feeling fatigued, he began running towards Ochako and Lita, reaching the room where the two girls were fighting after 8 minutes. Although Ochako was on the ground, slightly injured and weary, the green-haired boy approached her. Seeing Izumi in such a state worried the brown-haired girl. She asked if he was okay, and he reassured her that he had faced worse. He then helped her to her feet and whispered a plan in her ear, which she nodded in agreement to. As she moved away from him, he declared that it would be the end for the villain. He then touched the ground, summoning metal chains that aimed to ensnare the blue-haired girl. However, she dodged them with her speed. The girl with glasses rushed towards the green-haired boy, positioning herself to his left. She aimed a powerful kick at his side, which he blocked with his arm, feeling the sting of pain. The fight with Keed had drained him, and he realized he needed to improve his stamina. He called out to Ochako to act now. In response, she dashed toward the bomb. Before Lita could react, the brown-haired girl grabbed it, prompting a sigh of relief from the green-haired boy. All Might, through the megaphone, excitedly announced that the heroines had won. The green-haired boy fell back onto the ground, smiling, while Ochako and Tenya rushed to his side, concerned for him. Lita asked if he was all right, receiving an affirmative nod in return. Ochako then offered to take him to the infirmary. He gratefully accepted her help. She quickly touched his arm, making him float like a balloon as they headed to the infirmary, where Keed remained unconscious. Once they arrived, Recovery Girl kissed both Keed and the green-haired boy on the cheek to heal them. She advised him to rest for a while and mentioned that he could return to class in an hour. He lay back on the cot, deep in thought, his eyes widening as he realized something important. He remembered that the attack by the League of Villains was scheduled for the next day. In an office, a green-haired student sat on a sofa across from a certain number 1 hero. The school day had ended, and he had gone directly to All Might's office after taking some time to rest and telling Azumi and Key to head on without him. The student wore a serious expression, while All Might remained silent, having been requested for a conversation. The student spoke up, asking if they would be going to USJ the next day. All Might was taken aback by the question and was about to ask how he knew that when he interjected, reminding her that he had reincarnated and thus was aware of future events. All Might nodded in response to his first question, her expression still surprised. The student continued, suggesting that All Might should bring all the teachers to USJ the following day. All Might expressed her confusion, noting that she, Aizawa, and 13 were the only ones scheduled to go. The student revealed that they would be attacked by numerous villains as soon as they entered USJ. He advised her not to come with them, as it would raise suspicion. Instead, he promised to provide her with a communicator to coordinate with the teachers and catch the villains off guard. He then grew more serious, stating that All for One was still alive. All Might gasped in disbelief, shocked that such a formidable enemy was still out there. Izuku was uncertain about many things, but he knew where to find the information they needed. After their visit to USJ, he would provide the location to ensure everyone was prepared. The power of All for One should not be taken lightly. It was likely that he was growing stronger. With a determined expression, Izuku decided he would build the communicator and the full gauntlet that Melissa had gifted him, knowing they would be essential for what lay ahead. Upon arriving home, Izuku was warmly greeted by his sister, Azumi, who embraced him affectionately. He returned the hug and happily greeted their mother. After changing into comfortable clothes, he joined his family for dinner. Sitting next to Azumi, they enjoyed a pleasant meal filled with conversation. Afterward, they watched a movie together before heading to their respective rooms. Izuku settled into a chair and began sketching plans for the full gauntlet. After half an hour of focused drawing, he prepared to start the construction, confident in his abilities and well-stocked with materials in his room. Time passed, and soon Izuku found himself at UA with his sister and Keed, chatting in their seats. Although he wore a serious expression, he masked it well. He had hidden dark green wristbands on each arm, which were the full gauntlet, designed to allow him to use his full power without injury. Just then, Shoyuta entered the classroom, prompting an instant hush from the students, which brought a small smile to the heroine. He announced that they would be heading to the USJ. Izuku was already aware of this, so he remained unfazed, though some classmates were surprised. They also elected a president and vice president, with Izumi and Momo taking the roles. This time, Izuku accepted the position, having built good relationships with his classmates. After their class with the former vigilante concluded, Aizawa instructed everyone to put on their hero costumes, and Izuku prepared to change once the girls had exited the room. He donned his hero suit and activated the communicator, speaking in Izumi's voice. Izuku informed All Might that they were on their way to USJ. The entire Class 1A set off, chatting excitedly, except for 4 individuals. Kid, who sat beside Izuku, Oyuki Todoroki, who maintained her serious demeanor, Fuyuka Tokoyami, and Izuku himself, who remained focused. After a few minutes, they arrived at USJ. Izuku discreetly notified All Might through the communicator that they had arrived, and they were greeted by the space heroine, Tracy, who provided a crucial explanation about the dangers of quirks. As they entered USJ, a purple portal suddenly appeared, causing everyone to go on high alert. From the portal emerged over 600 villains, shocking and alarming Izuku, as this was more than double the number he had faced in his previous world. He quickly pressed the button on his communicator, stating that they had a significant problem and that they needed assistance. All Might responded promptly, assuring him he was on it before cutting the communication. Aizawa charged at the villains, struggling against the overwhelming numbers. One villain, with a large hand on her face, questioned Kurogiri about All Might's absence. Kurogiri explained that something must have prevented him from coming. Tamura Shigaraki, another villain with a peculiar appearance, dismissed the concern, eager to see the despair on the faces of All Might and the students when they faced defeat. Meanwhile, Izuku stood with his classmates and Tracy, noticing some girls were frightened and anxious about the situation. He encouraged them, stating they needed to support Aizawa-sensei and not let him fight alone against such a horde. They had to embody the heroes they aspired to be. With determination, he rallied his classmates, declaring it was time to attack. All the girls charged into battle against the villains. Surprisingly, they found the villains relatively easy to defeat, though that did not mean they were weak. Izuku sprinted toward a certain light blue-haired girl, taking down several villains along the way, empowered by One for All at 20%. He spotted Minori Mineta cornered and in tears, terrified for her life. Just as a villain was about to strike, Izumi appeared, using metal chains to incapacitate the attackers. Mineta expressed her gratitude before rushing off to help her friends. Izuku continued on his path, soon encountering Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Nomu. With One for All at 25%, he approached Shigaraki, vowing not to let them escape this time. He declared that they would stop the villains at all costs, wearing a hero costume similar to his other world, albeit with some modifications. Shigaraki mocked him, finding amusement in the sight of Izuku trying to play the hero, and commanded Nomu to deal with him. The order was given for the beast to attack Izuku, with the intention of making him the first victim of the ultimate weapon designed to take down All Might's legacy. Nomu, upon hearing the command, charged at an overwhelming speed toward Izuku, reaching him in less than 5 seconds. The green-haired boy was taken by surprise, thinking to himself that this creature was faster than the Nomu from his own world. Before he could finish his thought, the beast struck him on the right side. Izuku managed to block the blow but felt an intense pain in his arm as he was sent crashing into a wall. Azumi, witnessing the scene, felt her eyes well up with tears, recognizing that the attack had been meant to kill. When Izuku collided with the wall, he coughed up blood from the force of the impact. Tamura, observing this, laughed maniacally and exclaimed that it was a fitting consequence for trying to play the hero. However, Izuku, despite the pain, stood up and resolved to use all the power his body could withstand. He activated One for All at 75%, causing his hair to stand on end and his energy to crackle around him. He then launched himself at the beast with incredible speed, and Nomu charged back at him, leading to a fierce exchange of blows that generated a powerful shockwave, pushing both the villains and heroes back. Every woman present stopped their fights to watch the clash between Izuku and the beast. Aizawa attempted to use his quirk on Nomu, but it was a complete failure. As the battle unfolded, everyone watched in awe, including Tamura and Kurogiri. The blue-haired villain was furious as she saw the little girl matching Nomu's strength, though in reality, the beast was gaining the upper hand. Tamura shouted for Nomu to finish off the girl once and for all. Taking advantage of a momentary distraction, Nomu landed a punch to Izuku's stomach, causing him to spit blood. The beast didn't stop there. It followed up with a punch to Izuku's face, slamming his head against the hard concrete. The impact shattered Izuku's voice changer, and blood began to flow from his nose and mouth. Yet, Izuku quickly jumped forward, delivering a double kick to Nomu's chest, forcing the creature to stagger back. He activated both full gauntlets and delivered a powerful punch with all his strength, shouting out the name of his attack. The force of the blow sent Nomu flying backward, and Izuku seized the opportunity to launch a fiery attack from his left hand directly at the beast. Izuku let out a fierce cry as he unleashed the powerful attack, hitting the beast squarely. Tamura was seething with rage, while Izuku's classmates were astonished by the deep voice he had used and the strength of his attack. Azumi and Kid were frightened, fearing that Izuku's true identity might be revealed, something they desperately wanted to avoid. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, feeling slightly fatigued from the effort. He looked at Nomu, who was now missing the upper half of its body, completely incinerated. His classmates and the heroes thought he had won, but they watched in horror as the beast quickly regenerated and charged at Izuku again, landing a punch to his chest that broke 2 of his ribs. Izuku was thrown against a wall, becoming embedded in it. Tamura shouted for Nomu to finish him off, and within 3 seconds, the beast was back in front of Izuku, delivering 2 more punches to his chest and stomach, causing him to spit even more blood and tear his hero suit. However, Izuku activated air control to push the beast back with force and speed. He stood up, looking down, his body covered in wounds, his face bruised and blood trickling from his head to his chin. The upper half of his hero suit was in tatters, revealing his body beneath. But at that moment he no longer cared about hiding his identity. He had to defeat this Nomu, which was stronger than the one from his world. A light green aura began to emanate from him, his electric green energy intensified, and his hair stood completely on end. His pupils glowed with a fierce green, signaling that he was using all of his power. All the women at UA, except for 2 frightened girls, stared in shock at Izuku's transformed appearance, their eyes wide with disbelief. Uraraka wondered why Midoriya looked like that, while Kirishima remarked that she didn't look like a woman. They all heard Aizawa's voice, expressing his surprise as he realized that Midoriya was actually a boy. The revelation stunned all the girls, who were taken aback to discover that Izumi was, in fact, a real man. Izuku expected nothing and launched himself at Nomu with incredible speed, appearing in front of the massive beast in the blink of an eye. He delivered a powerful upward kick to Nomu's abdomen, sending the creature soaring into the air. Upon receiving the kick, Nomu was propelled upward at an overwhelming speed. Tamura and Kurogiri were both furious and astonished. Kurogiri wanted to pull Nomu away, but the shockwaves from the battle made it impossible. Izuku leaped above Nomu, clenched his left fist, and unleashed a barrage of strikes that seemed to number in the dozens. Azumi and Kid were on the verge of fainting from worry. They had just discovered Izuku's identity, and the fight was intense. All they wanted was for Izuku to come out of this safely. As Nomu endured those rapid and powerful blows, it felt as if its limbs were being torn away from its body, letting out a roar that echoed like a monster's cry. Tamura was taken aback to hear his supposedly invincible beast scream in pain. Nomu then fell to the ground with such force that it created a crater upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku prepared to end the fight. He fell in front of Nomu, quickly drawing his arms back to gather energy from energy control and heat from fire control. Channeling all his power, he launched his final attack at Nomu with overwhelming speed. Izuku shouted as he unleashed his ultimate move directly at Nomu. When the attack struck, Nomu was sent flying alongside it out of the USJ. The heat from the attack quickly disintegrated Nomu. Just as Izuku's attack was unleashed, the doors of the facility burst open, revealing the teachers from UA, along with the director, who were astonished to see Izuku defeat the beast. Realizing they could not contend with such numbers, Tamura and Kurogiri fled the scene upon seeing All Might and the other heroines. The heroines, except for All Might, were surprised to learn that the one who had defeated Nomu was none other than a young man. However, they had to set their astonishment aside to confront the villains battling against Aizawa, Tracy, and the students. After launching his attack, Izuku deactivated his quirks and collapsed to the ground, severely injured and unconscious. Izuku was later seen lying on a hospital bed, connected to a respirator. His body was completely bandaged, including his forehead. He had been taken to the hospital shortly after fainting, thanks to All Might, and a day had passed since the incident at USJ. Fortunately, none of his classmates or the heroines were seriously injured, and all but 2 of the villains had been captured. Azumi, Inko, Kid, and All Might watched over the injured Izuku with concern. Izuku's sister had red, swollen eyes from crying at the sight of her brother in such a state. Kid was angry, but not at anyone in the room. Her anger was directed at the villains who dared to attack her, Izuku. Inko, like any mother, was deeply worried, clearly having lost sleep over her beloved son. All Might felt a mix of pride and frustration for arriving late, despite having been warned by Izuku. The girls were lost in their thoughts until Izuku slowly began to open his eyes, struggling to do so. Upon seeing him awake, they rushed to embrace him. Izuku winced in pain and managed to say that it hurt a lot. The girls pulled back at his words, and he asked if they were okay, looking at Kid and Azumi, who could not hold back their tears. Kid, trying to maintain her tough demeanor, expressed her concern for him, while Azumi pleaded with him not to do something so reckless again, revealing how worried they had been watching him fight that creature. Izuku, despite his pain, explained that it was a hero's duty to sacrifice for others, no matter the outcome, which filled Inko and All Might with pride at his noble words. All Might praised Izuku for his bravery in saving the girls from the villains, apologizing for arriving late to the fight. She then shifted to a serious tone, capturing everyone's attention. She revealed that Izuku's identity had been discovered, with rumors spreading about a male student at UA. The media, including the government, had learned about a boy studying at the academy, leaving Inko and Izuku wide-eyed in shock. Izuku asked how they had found out. The green-haired boy felt a wave of terror wash over him as he recalled the time when many women had found him, and All Might had come to his rescue. This time, however, it would be far worse. He wouldn't even be able to step outside his house, with hundreds, no, thousands of women waiting for him. All Might, realizing his mistake in turning on the television, quickly switched it off. Before the American blonde could say anything, the door to the room swung open, revealing a small elderly woman in a peculiar outfit. It was the youthful hero, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl calmly informed him that she needed everyone to leave the room, and the others, though not entirely at ease, complied. Once they were alone, she turned to Izuku and stated that she already knew he was a boy. Izuku wasn't surprised. He had a good idea of how she had figured it out. He asked if it was due to a blood test, and Recovery Girl confirmed it. She explained that it had been a surprise when she read the report, but as a doctor, she had kept it confidential. Shifting the conversation to his condition, she informed him that he had suffered broken ribs, sprained arms, and nearly broken legs. His mouth and hands bore minor burns. She emphasized that if she hadn't healed most of his injuries, he could have been in serious trouble. Izuku acknowledged this but insisted he had no regrets. He had saved his classmates and would break every bone again to do it. Recovery Girl, having healed his left arm with a gentle kiss, was pleased to see him feeling better. However, she playfully tapped him on the head with her syringe-shaped cane, expressing her frustration. The elderly hero reminded him that the goal was the opposite, to avoid getting hurt. Just as Izuku was about to respond, they both heard a tremendous commotion outside the hospital. Peering out the window, they were met with the astonishing sight of a crowd of over 5,000 women, including journalists and citizens. Izuku was left speechless, his mind going blank at the overwhelming scene before him. The green-haired boy was lying in the hospital bed at night, while outside, a crowd of women gathered, demanding to see the boy who was inside. They had spotted him earlier in the day with Recovery Girl. Izuku sat up in bed and sighed tiredly, contemplating the chaos of his situation. He thought to himself about how unexpected his second chance had turned out to be. Just then, his sister Azumi entered the room, having overheard his musings. She took a seat in front of him, curious about his words. Izuku, aware of how to navigate conversations, denied having said anything about a second chance. Azumi, determined to get to the bottom of it, insisted that he had. He maintained his calm demeanor, playfully suggesting that she must have misheard him, which caused her to blush. Feeling nervous, Azumi asked how he was feeling and if he was in any pain. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, but he expressed concern about the crowd of women outside, who seemed to keep multiplying. Azumi, blushing at the thought of protecting her brother, declared that she would stay with him that night to ensure no girl would bother him. Izuku appreciated her support, affectionately ruffling her hair, which made her heart race. He felt mentally exhausted and knew that the next morning would be challenging. He planned to find a way to leave the hospital, confident that his knowledge would help him. He settled back into the bed, covered himself up, and wished his sister good night before drifting off to sleep. Taking advantage of the quiet moment, Azumi quietly closed the door using her advanced telekinesis quirk. She moved to sit beside her brother, watching him sleep. She thought to herself that he looked truly adorable up close. With her heart racing and feeling warm, she leaned in close, whispering a quiet prayer of gratitude for her brother's safety before smiling softly, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. After a brief moment, she pulled away, a smile spreading across her face as she realized what she had done. Feeling giddy, she decided to excuse herself for a moment. As she left the room, Izuku opened his eyes wide, his heart racing and his cheeks flushed. He sat up, replaying the kiss in his mind and feeling conflicted about his feelings for his sister. Just then, Azumi returned with a smile, ready to settle down for the night. She lay beside him and hugged him from behind, causing him to blush even more as she wished him good night. The next morning, both Izuku and Azumi were awake and dressed casually. Recovery Girl informed Izuku that he could leave the hospital but advised him to be cautious, especially with the attention he was receiving. Grateful for her care, he and Azumi began to walk out together, both feeling a bit shy. As they approached the hospital exit, they were met with a shocking sight. Hundreds, if not thousands, of women were gathered outside, clamoring to see Izuku. The chaos intensified as they shouted for him to come to them, wanting to interview him or spend time with him. Izuku realized that if his true identity were revealed, it would lead to utter chaos. The reality of the situation was overwhelming. Azumi looked at the scene in disbelief, while Izuku simply shook his head, acknowledging the madness unfolding before them. Izuku and Azumi watched as a large crowd of women gathered, clamoring to get closer, but they were held back by the police. Despite the officers' efforts, the women surged forward, managing to push past the barriers without causing any harm. As the crowd began to enter, Izuku scooped Azumi into his arms in a bridal style, causing her to blush deeply. Azumi felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment as she asked her brother what he was doing. Izuku, aware of the chaos around them, explained that they needed to leave quickly or he would be overwhelmed by the crowd, and not in a good way. He activated his one for all at 15% and started running in the opposite direction, swiftly exiting the hospital with Azumi still in his arms. As they dashed away, Izuku noticed a swarm of journalists, motorcycles, buses, and helicopters surrounding the area. Both he and Azumi were wide-eyed, realizing the lengths people would go to just to catch a glimpse of him. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya, their mother, watched the news with concern as the headline read, "Live. Japan's first man in person." Suddenly, she heard a loud crash from the living room. Alarmed, she rushed to investigate, only to find her two children on the floor amidst shards of glass. Izuku quickly called out for his security system to activate level 3, and immediately, their home was enveloped in a thick layer of metal, complete with cameras and an electric fence twice the height of their house. He had installed an ultra-advanced security system named DKU. boasting 15 levels of security. Both Izuku and Azumi stood up, brushing off the glass from their clothes and sighing in relief. Inko embraced her children, expressing her worry for their safety. Azumi thanked her brother for getting them to safety, hugging him tightly out of gratitude and relief. She then voiced her concern about how they would get to the academy with so many people outside trying to reach Izuku. Izuku reassured her that he could call the director for help. Pulling out his modern phone, he dialed the number and was answered almost instantly. The director expressed relief that they were safe and asked how she could assist them. Izuku requested that she arrange for them to be picked up when classes resumed, opting for a simple solution to avoid drawing more attention. The director agreed and informed him that 5 heroines would escort them to ensure their safety. With a smile, Izuku felt relieved that a solution was in place. Time passed, and Izuku and Azumi arrived at UA safely, accompanied by the 5 heroines: Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Vlad King, and All Might. The women in the crowd had to restrain themselves from rushing at Izuku, as he was surrounded by these powerful figures. Upon entering UA, Izuku sensed the gazes of the female students, some filled with admiration, others with curiosity, and a few with indifference. Aizawa led the Midoriya siblings outside their classroom, occasionally glancing at Izuku. Azumi clung to her brother's arm, pressing against him, which made him think to himself to stay focused. As they reached the classroom door, Aizawa instructed Azumi to enter, drawing the attention of her classmates, including Keed, who eagerly wanted to see Izuku. Keed, concerned, asked where her friend was, causing Azumi to feel a pang of jealousy, but she held back from causing a scene. Just then, Aizawa opened the door and announced that a new student would be joining them, urging everyone to treat him well. With that, the door swung open to reveal Izuku, who stood tall and fit in his uniform. The girls in the classroom, including the serious Oyuki, blushed slightly, while a few others remained indifferent. Izuku introduced himself, hoping to make a good impression on his new classmates. Izuku felt a sense of unease as he entered the classroom, surrounded by his classmates. Kirishima, with his vibrant red hair, enthusiastically introduced himself, expressing admiration for Izuku's strength. Mineta, however, was abruptly silenced when a piece of chalk hit him on the forehead, knocking him out in his seat. Aizawa, the teacher, reminded everyone to behave, his quirk activated, which caused a slight chill among the girls. He instructed Izuku to take his seat, and as he did, he felt the intense gazes of several girls, including Azumi and Keed, who looked at him with evident affection. This made Izuku uneasy. He sensed that something was about to happen. As the first class began, Aizawa discussed villains and mentioned the upcoming UA Sports Festival, which excited many students. Izuku recalled that he needed to assist Todoroki with his fireside, and a nostalgic smile crossed his face as he thought of his friend. He missed his old friends but felt powerless to change that. When class ended, Aizawa settled into his sleeping bag, adorned with cat prints, and warned the students to keep the noise down. As Izuku prepared to leave the classroom with Azumi and Keed, he found himself surrounded by several girls, which made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, Momo Yaoyorozu, along with Azumi, Keed, Lida, and Ochako intervened, calling for calm among the girls. Momo urged everyone to behave, reminding them not to act like crazed fans just because Izuku was the first boy in their class. Azumi, feeling protective, demanded that the girls stop bothering her brother, while Keed threatened them with a fierce aura, asserting her dominance. The girls quickly apologized to Izuku, who, with a bead of sweat on his forehead, reassured them that it was okay. However, he still felt the weight of their possessive gazes. He sighed in relief, thinking that was one problem solved, only to open the door and find nearly all the female students from UA, including those from the second and third years, waiting outside. A new challenge had begun. Ojiro, a girl with a tail, questioned why so many were gathered there, while Ochako expressed her surprise at the crowd. The girls looked at Izuku with flirtatious expressions, whispering various comments about him. One girl with purple hair stepped forward, casting a serious look at the class and particularly at Izuku before leaving. Keed then positioned herself in front of Izuku with a somewhat intimidating smile, still radiating her fierce aura. Keed asked if they would be allowed to leave, her smile both charming and intimidating. Izuku, trying to defuse the situation, told Kaken to stop intimidating their classmates, only to receive a playful smack on the head from her in response. Keed insisted that the girls only wanted to get close to him, her anger manifesting in small explosions around her. Despite the chaos, the girls of Class 1A admired and respected Izuku for having saved them during the USJ incident. As classes continued, Izuku found himself not taking notes, as he already knew much of the material being taught. During breaks, he was surrounded by his classmates, who clung to him, showering him with compliments. Azumi grabbed her brother's arm tightly, relieved that he was safe, causing him to blush. Keed held onto his other arm, also placing it between her chest, while keeping a firm grip on his hand. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku decided to excuse himself, stating that he needed to visit the principal for a moment. He hurried to the principal's office and knocked on the door, receiving a warm welcome from the principal, who inquired about his visit. Izuku explained that he wanted to request a men's restroom and changing area, as it was challenging for him to change in the classroom with all the girls around, and waiting until he got home to use the restroom was not easy. The principal informed him that she had already arranged for those facilities to be built a couple of days prior, which surprised Izuku. He thanked her and then mentioned he had a proposal to discuss, capturing the principal's attention. Izuku was busy packing his things into his backpack after classes had ended. He had been approached multiple times by several girls with less than innocent intentions. The freckled boy had requested the UA principal to construct dormitories, and she had agreed after hearing his compelling arguments. Izuku would also provide blueprints for the High Alliance, and given his remarkably high intelligence, the dormitories would resemble futuristic homes. At that moment, he pulled something from his backpack, a silver button with blue accents, and attached it to his chest, catching the attention of most of his female classmates, including Azumi, Keed, and the aloof Oyuki. Azumi asked what the button was, while Lita expressed concern about bringing potentially dangerous items to school. Izuku reassured them with a slight smile, stating that as the class president, their safety was his responsibility, and this button was harmless. He then opened a window and jumped onto the ledge, alarming the girls. Keed shouted for him to come down, and Kirishima echoed her concern. Izuku calmly asked them to let him finish speaking before pressing the button. A dark green metallic suit began to envelop him, surprising the girls. He explained that it was still a prototype but would help him get home until the dormitories were completed. Before the girls could respond, he leaped down from the height, appearing to float in front of them. He mentioned that it was better than using his quirk in public and waved goodbye as he left UA Academy, wearing what might be the only suit he would build. Meanwhile, the girls sighed in relief that their classmate was safe, as many of them enjoyed being around him. We then shift focus to a duo of girls who gathered their belongings and left the classroom, walking together outside UA. Azumi reminded Keed about their plan for the night, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Keed, with a hint of impatience, noted that she had already told her mother about having a sleepover at Azumi's house. As they approached the Midoriya residence, they noticed fewer women lingering outside, hoping for an interview with Izuku. The two girls sighed and entered the house, using a few explosions to scare off any remaining journalists. They were greeted by Inko and Izuku, who was already dressed casually. Azumi and Keed exchanged mischievous glances, which made Izuku feel a shiver run down his spine, sensing that something unusual might happen that night. Later that night, everyone was asleep in their rooms. Azumi and Keed shared a room and stayed up late, quietly talking about Izuku's bravery and their plans for the next school day before finally falling asleep. Azumi instructed Keed to wake Izuku, receiving a look that said she wasn't in charge, but she complied. The green-eyed girl began to remove her light green pajamas, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Keed followed suit, taking off her pajamas that had "Boom" printed on them, both girls now in their underwear. Keed stealthily approached Izuku, her heart racing, but she was determined to execute their plan that they had been preparing for weeks. Carefully, she took a pillow from Izuku's bed and, with a bit of force, threw it at his face, waking him abruptly. Izuku, startled, opened his eyes wide at the sight before him, his face turning bright red. He was taken aback and wondered what was happening, briefly thinking he might be dreaming. Keed bluntly stated their intention, climbing onto Izuku, who was blushing intensely. Azumi, equally flustered but resolute, joined her on top of him. Izuku protested, expressing disbelief that they could do such a thing, especially since Azumi was his sister, albeit a very attractive one. Izuku felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he reflected on his thoughts. He reminded himself that their mother was in the next room. Azumi, blushing, expressed her feelings for her brother, declaring her love for him. Keed, with a mischievous grin, insisted that they were going to take their relationship further, whether he liked it or not. For a moment, Izuku considered the implications of their situation, reminding himself that life was meant to be lived. He removed his shirt, revealing his toned physique, which caused the girls to blush even more. Without waiting for a response, Azumi leaned in and kissed her brother passionately. Izuku reciprocated the kiss, momentarily forgetting the familial bond that tied them. Their connection deepened as they engaged in a playful exchange of affection. Meanwhile, Keed noticed Izuku's reaction and felt a thrill of excitement. Azumi was taken aback by Izuku's size, her surprise evident as she swallowed hard. Keed, intrigued, playfully teased him about his hidden attributes. As the atmosphere grew more charged, the three of them found themselves caught in a whirlwind of emotions and desires. Izuku felt a rush of sensations, and the room was filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. They were all aware of the boundaries they were crossing but were swept away by their feelings for one another. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently waking Izuku from his slumber. He opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented, and recalled the events of the previous night. A wave of shame washed over him as he thought about what had transpired with Keed and Azumi, yet he couldn't deny the thrill it had brought him. As he quietly got out of bed, he noticed that both girls were still asleep beside him. Feeling a rush of warmth, he quickly dressed and decided to take a cold shower to clear his mind. Monday morning, Izuku, Azumi, and Keed walked to school together, flanked by their heroes, All Might, Eraserhead, and Present Mic. Azumi and Keed clung to Izuku's arms, their expressions a mix of triumph and affection. They felt victorious in their bond with him. Izuku, noticing their closeness, asked if they were getting a bit too attached. The green-haired boy asked calmly, despite feeling the presence of both girls in his arms. He was not as much of a pervert as Minoru from another world. Keed, the explosive girl, insisted that she would do what she wanted with her boyfriend, leaving no room for argument. Azumi chimed in, reminding her that he was their boyfriend. She leaned in and kissed Izuku on the cheek as they arrived at U, making their way to their classroom. Izuku urged the girls to calm down, acknowledging that they were his girlfriends and that it wasn't necessary to repeat it. He felt a light sweat on his brow as he leaned in to kiss both Keed and Azumi, causing the Tsundere and the emerald-eyed girl to blush. He recalled how surprised his mother had been when they announced their relationship. As they entered the classroom, they were greeted by their classmates. Several girls were clustered around Izuku, which made his two girlfriends a bit jealous. He took his seat, and Uraraka and Lita approached him to chat. Ochako seemed particularly affectionate towards Izuku. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, and with a speed that would put All Might to shame, everyone quickly settled into their seats. Aizawa addressed the class, reminding them that the festival was just a week away. He informed them that UA would give them the rest of the week to prepare and train adequately. He emphasized that the heroines would be selected based on their performance, urging them to give their all and not to disappoint him. He then called out to Izuku, instructing him to see the principal, before settling down to rest on the floor, leaving everyone, including Izuku, with a bead of sweat. Izuku noted how similar Aizawa was to his counterpart from his own world, though with a different gender. Izuku informed the girls that he would be back soon, grabbing something from his backpack before heading to the principal's office. As he left the classroom, he caught the attention of girls from different classes, who looked at him with admiration and made playful gestures, but they were quickly reprimanded for disrupting the class. With a bead of sweat reminiscent of anime, he continued on his way. Suddenly, a tall girl with sky-blue hair and matching eyes bumped into him. Before she could fall, Izuku swiftly activated his quirk, air control, to prevent her from hitting the ground and set her back on her feet. He asked if she was okay, deactivating his quirk and looking at her closely. It was Nijire Senpai. She thanked him for catching her and expressed her regret for the collision. Then, her eyes widened in recognition as she excitedly asked if he was Izuku Midoriya. She invaded his personal space, causing him to step back slightly, feeling a bit flustered by her closeness. Nijire began bombarding him with questions, asking what it felt like to be the first male hero in Japan, if he enjoyed being a boy, what his quirk was about, and if he had a girlfriend. Izuku found himself overwhelmed by the rapid-fire questions, left momentarily speechless. Chapter end. A certain blue-haired girl was invading the personal space of a certain freckled boy more and more, getting relatively close and feeling each other's breath. Noticing this, Izuku stepped back from his senpai, politely explaining that he needed to go to the principal's office and suggesting they could talk later. The third-year girl, excited, responded that she would see him at lunchtime and asked him to call her Nijire, which caused Izuku to blush slightly. Izuku thought to himself that she was an angel, and he agreed to her request to call him Izuku. After saying their goodbyes, Nijire playfully called out his name in a way that sent a slight shiver down his spine before she left. Izuku continued on his way, relieved that he didn't encounter any other girls who might have made him uncomfortable. He finally arrived at the principal's office, knocked on the door, and entered upon hearing a voice invite him in. The principal greeted him, assuming he had come to show her the plans for the dormitories. She interrupted him as he began to present the plans, proposing a game of chess to test his skills. Izuku calmly accepted, confident in his knowledge of the game. As they played, the match started off slowly but quickly turned in Izuku's favor. After 15 minutes, he declared checkmate, having decisively defeated the principal. She was momentarily speechless, taking a sip of her tea before bursting into laughter, which made Izuku feel a bit uncomfortable, though he didn't show it. The principal acknowledged him as an interesting individual and asked to see the plans he had prepared. As he revealed the detailed designs, she was impressed by their perfection and quickly shook his hand, announcing that the initiation of the High Alliance would take place the next day. After leaving the office, Izuku noticed that many of the girls from his class were waiting for him, some casting him intense looks. Azumi and Keat appeared a bit nervous, especially Azumi. Uraraka, with a hint of jealousy, questioned the nature of Izuku's relationship with the other girls. Tsuyu asked him to clarify the situation, while Kaminari assured him they meant no harm. Izuku began to explain that Azumi and Kaken had both confessed to him at the same time, and since he shared feelings for them, he reciprocated. He acknowledged that his relationship with Azumi might be complicated but insisted it didn't really matter to them. As he prepared to head to the cafeteria, he gave a quick kiss to both his sister and Keat, causing them to blush slightly before he left. Azumi then asked her classmates if they had feelings for their older brother. Chapter end. Izuku was seen walking through the cafeteria with a tray holding a plate of katsudon, searching for an empty seat. Usually he would sit with his friends, but most of them were absent. Several girls were watching him, hoping to catch his attention, but the principal had enforced a rule prohibiting any actions against Izuku. As he scanned the room, he heard Nijire calling out to him, inviting him to join her. With a slight smile, he made his way over to her. Upon arriving, he noticed Nijire smiling at him, and beside her were two girls, a shy girl with long black hair and matching eyes, and a blonde girl with blue eyes and a confident demeanor. Nijire introduced the shy girl as Tamaki Amajiki, but was interrupted by the blonde girl, who introduced herself as Mieko Togata, expressing her pleasure at meeting him. The girl animatedly introduced herself to her junior. Izuku Midoriya, sitting across from the girls and placing his tray on the table, recalled, "I remember very well. You are the three greats of Yue, right?" He directed his question to the three girls, while Tamaki remained silent, struggling to meet his gaze. Mieko responded with excitement, confirming their status as the three greats. Nijire then asked Izuku if he could answer her questions. As he ate some of his katsudon, he nodded in agreement. She began her rapid-fire inquiries. "Do you like being a boy? What does it feel like to be a boy? What is your quirk?" A bead of sweat trickled down Izuku's neck as he listened. Tamaki interjected, urging Nijire to slow down. Izuku thought to himself that Tamaki was shyer than the version he knew from another world. He answered Nijire's questions, stating that he liked being a boy, that it felt normal, and that his quirk was called elemental control, which allowed him to manipulate elements and their variations at will. Nijire exclaimed in excitement upon hearing about his quirk and asked if he could demonstrate it. Tamaki and Mieko also showed interest, while other girls nearby whispered comments about Izuku being with the three greats and expressed their jealousy. Izuku considered that showing them a bit of his quirk wouldn't hurt. He activated a variation of his quirk with a slight smile, and as he raised his left arm, Nijire mimicked him. "I'm using a variation of my quirk, blood control." "Interesting, right?" he said, deactivating his ability. Tamaki and Mieko were surprised by this skill, while Nijire was fascinated. Izuku finished his katsudon, stood up, and told his seniors that he hoped to see them again soon as he headed to return his tray to the heroine lunch rush. Mieko remarked that Izuku was truly interesting, while Tamaki shyly agreed, still feeling the spotlight from earlier. Nijire smiled sweetly, expressing her desire for Izuku to be her partner, feeling a strong attraction to him, perhaps a case of love at first sight, like in some romantic movies. Meanwhile, Izuku had returned his tray to the heroine, thanking her, and began walking toward his classroom, as the bell would ring soon. As he walked, he pondered his thoughts. He wondered how everyone from his other world was doing and if he would ever be able to communicate with them again. Uraraka called out to him, but he remained lost in thought. Kirishima tried to get his attention by tapping his arm, but it didn't work. Suddenly, he remembered that he needed to rescue Eri from overhaul, which jolted him back to reality. Kyoka startled him by using her quirk, causing him to jump in surprise and pain. He asked what was happening as he noticed many of his classmates around him. Azumi, his sister, explained that she and Keed had reached an agreement while he was eating. She hugged his arm, pressing it against her chest, while Keed clicked her tongue in response. Izuku, feeling a bit flustered, asked what the agreement was. Keed revealed that they wanted to be his girlfriends, leaving him momentarily speechless. He thought he must have misheard, but he had heard perfectly well. Tsuyu confirmed their intentions, stating they wanted to be his girlfriends. Izuku calmly expressed that he couldn't reciprocate their feelings, trying to avoid sounding uninterested. Siro, with a sad expression, asked why not, as she and her friends had not expected such a response. Izuku clarified that he wasn't rejecting them because they weren't beautiful. In fact, he thought they were all lovely. However, he didn't share the same romantic feelings and didn't want to engage in false relationships. The girls, though initially disappointed, took his words in stride. Mina then asked if that meant if they earned his love, he would be their boyfriend, while Momo inquired if he would be their partner if they gained his affection. The wealthy girl asked her current crush if they could become a couple. Izuku, with a smile and scratching the back of his neck, replied that they could indeed be a couple. Upon hearing his response and seeing his smile, the girls around him couldn't help but blush, recalling a memorable night where they had all shared a special connection with the green-haired boy. Just then, the bell rang, signaling that it was time to return to class. They had history with the heroine Cementos, English with the presenter hero present Mike, and math with the hero ectoplasm. In the last hour, they had their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, who entered the classroom in her yellow jacket, causing many students to sweat nervously. Aizawa announced that starting the next day, they would have a week to train for the sports festival and warned them not to slack off. The students, including Izuku, thought to themselves about her authority. The class responded enthusiastically, and Aizawa deactivated her quirk, giving them the rest of the hour free. The girls, except for a few like Koda, Shoji, Tokoyami, Oyuki, and Oyama, approached Izuku. Toru asked what he would do after school, while Mineta, a girl with purple hair and a confident demeanor, suggested going to the movies. Izuku politely declined, stating he needed to pick up some things. Though he had no intention of shopping, he was actually going to collect some scrap materials. Azumi, Izuku's sister, hugged him and inquired about what he was buying. He mentioned it was for improving his hero costume. Lita reminded him that there was a support course for that, but Izuku preferred to build it himself, thinking that no one would create it the way he envisioned. Kaminari expressed excitement for the next opportunity. Keed, with ash-colored hair, exclaimed that they were taking too many liberties with her boyfriend, while Azumi reminded her that he was also her boyfriend. Before Izuku could intervene, Keed pulled him in for a kiss, leaving the other girls blushing at the display. Lida, feeling flustered, scolded Bakugo for inappropriate behavior in public. After about 15 minutes, class ended, and everyone headed home except for Izuku, who was on his way to gather materials. He moved swiftly through the city, unnoticed, until a loud explosion erupted nearby. Without hesitation, he rushed to investigate, arriving at the scene filled with smoke and flames. He spotted 2 injured heroines he recognized. From the wreckage of a nearby shop emerged a muscular villain with ash-blonde hair, a formidable presence that made Izuku realize he was facing muscular. In a different scene, Izuku was seen in his room, a sign on the door reading, "Strictly no entry." He had been working on a significant project for a week, telling his mother and sister that he was busy with something important to avoid worrying them. He had gathered over 200 pieces of scrap metal for this endeavor. Now, wearing a sleeveless shirt and blue jeans, he was sweaty from hours of continuous work. He focused on welding the last piece of his project, feeling exhausted but accomplished as he finished. After a moment of rest, he approached the project and pressed a medium-sized button. It began to glow with a purple light, and Izuku stepped back with a smile, thrilled that it worked. When the boy with green hair pressed the button, Izuku's project began to emit a purple glow, which intensified until he had to cover his eyes from the brightness. As the light calmed down, Izuku uncovered his eyes and smiled with satisfaction at his project, which had him so excited. Now, only the portal remained. It should be noted that neither Izuku nor those from the other world would be able to cross through it. With that clarified, the chapter continues. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he exclaimed that it was amazing. Fortunately, he had soundproofed his room years ago, so the noise was practically inaudible to his mother and sister. He then realized he needed to enter the code for his other world. With the knowledge of the very essence of divinity, he knew most of the codes for other worlds. He typed C-137 into a tablet linked to his portal, causing the portal to glow a bright white. In Izuku's first world, 2 months had passed since the aspiring hero, Deku, had passed away. Many people mourned his loss, regretting not being there to help him. However, they knew Izuku wouldn't want them to suffer because of his death. They honored him with a sizable statue in the city where he had fought, and now we see Class 1A attending a lesson with Aizawa. Shinso had managed to enter the hero course, taking Izuku's place. Almost everyone was paying attention to what the former vigilante was saying when a purple circle began to appear on the blackboard, alarming all the students. Tenya shouted for Aizawa to look behind him. Hearing the president of the class, Aizawa stepped away from the blackboard, preparing his bindings. He instructed Tenya to go to Director Nizu and inform him of what was happening. Just before Tenya could reach the director, a voice, familiar to all, echoed through the room, asking if they could hear it. Everyone was stunned to hear the voice of their old friend, Izuku Midoriya. Todoroki recognized the voice, and Uraraka, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed that it was Deku. The voice continued, introducing itself as Izuku. The circle began to glow white, blinding everyone momentarily before the light faded, revealing a face many had missed dearly, the face of the one who had protected them at the cost of his own life. Aizawa, astonished, called out to the boy. Bakugo, tears welling in his eyes, could hardly believe it was Deku. He felt overwhelmed with emotion, remembering the pain of Izuku's death. Todoroki looked at his best friend in disbelief, his eyes moistening as tears began to fall. Uraraka smiled through her tears, unable to contain her joy at seeing Izuku again. Tenya, with tears streaming down his face, expressed his disbelief that Izuku was truly alive. Izuku, with tears of his own, expressed how good it was to see them again. He had missed them all so much. His former classmates, including Shinso, couldn't help but cry at the sight of the boy who had saved them from all for one. Even Aizawa, though he wouldn't admit it, felt a deep sadness at seeing Izuku in person. No one could comprehend how he was alive when all of Japan had witnessed his death. Shinso asked how Izuku was alive and where he was. Everyone listened intently, some still wiping away tears. Izuku, lying convincingly, said he didn't know how he was alive and described his current location as somewhat peculiar. Tokoyami, returning to his usual demeanor but with a slight smile, inquired what he meant by peculiar. Izuku paused before revealing that he was literally in another world, his smile reflecting his joy at seeing his friends again. Bakugo, regaining his typical attitude but now more gentle, questioned what Izuku meant by another world. Tsuyu, still teary-eyed, asked for clarification. Izuku explained that in this world, the female population was 99%, leaving his old classmates in shock. Kaminari and Mineta reacted dramatically, but Aizawa quickly silenced Mineta with a piece of chalk, leaving him unconscious, while Kyoka dealt with Kaminari. Momo questioned the impossibility of such a scenario, wondering how more babies could be born. Izuku simply stated that he had discovered machines created by scientists long ago that allowed women to become P'Arjin and T. Uraraka, still crying, asked if Izuku would return. Tenya, filled with hope, echoed her question, longing to see his best friend again. Izuku replied that it wasn't possible, or at least he thought so. He had built the machine to communicate with them, but creating a portal to bring him back was complex, bordering on impossible. However, he added that it wasn't entirely out of reach, bringing smiles to his friends and teacher. Just then, the communicator began to fade, indicating that its battery was running low. It seemed they would meet again another time. It was nice to see everyone once more, and they were reminded to take care of themselves as the communicator turned off. Todoroki called out to Midoriya, but it was too late. The connection between their worlds had been severed. They could only hope to see Midoriya again, if it was possible. They longed to be that class with the hero Deku. The bicolor-haired boy smiled slightly and thought to himself, "The next time we meet, I will tell you how strong I have become thanks to you, old friend." The green-haired boy was surprised by the explosion he witnessed. There was a fierce battle between the water hose and muscular, but what astonished him even more was that this fight was occurring much later than in his own world. A thought crossed his mind, and he smiled, determined not to let anyone die. He activated his one for all at the maximum percentage his body could handle, causing his characteristic green lightning to appear, his emerald eyes to shine slightly, and his hair to stand on end. He rushed toward the scene where the heroines were fighting the villain, knowing he could not underestimate Muscular. As Izuku ran as fast as he could, he saw Muscular about to strike down the pair of heroines. He leaped into the air, catching the attention of several women around him, including injured heroines who recognized him. Positioned above Muscular, he clenched his left fist and delivered a powerful punch to the villain's head just before he could harm the water hose, causing Muscular's head to crash against the pavement. Izuku shouted as he landed the punch, declaring his presence. One of the heroines, in pain, urged him to leave, warning him of the danger he faced. Another heroine echoed the sentiment, insisting he could not stay or he would be killed. Izuku, however, was resolute. He believed that risking one's life for others was the essence of being a hero, and he didn't care about having a license or the possibility of dying. He used his quirk, air control, to quickly move the duo of heroines away from the danger. Now it was just him and Muscular. Muscular, with a smug grin, acknowledged the strength of Izuku's punch but vowed to end his life. Muscular's body was soon enveloped in muscle fibers, forming a kind of armor, and then she charged at Izuku with overwhelming speed, catching him off guard. Izuku thought to himself that Muscular's speed was far greater than the Muscular from his own world, but he was determined to fight back. Muscular appeared before him with a manic smile and forcefully grabbed his face, slamming it into the ground. The impact left Izuku gasping for breath. Without pausing, Muscular seized Izuku's right foot and began to swing him around, slamming him repeatedly into the ground, causing him to spit out blood and saliva. Despite the pain, Izuku resolved that he was also stronger than before. He ignited his left foot with flames using fire control, and delivered a fierce kick to Muscular's face, forcing her to release his foot. Quickly, he regained his footing and assumed a defensive boxing stance. When Muscular was struck, she felt the heat on her face, but instead of getting angry, she smiled with satisfaction, relishing the challenge. She charged at Izuku again, aiming to land a blow, but he skillfully dodged her attack and countered with a punch to her face, breaking her nose and knocking out a few teeth. Muscular, unfazed by the hit, increased the muscle fibers on her left arm and attempted to deliver a powerful punch aimed at crushing Izuku into the ground. However, he jumped high into the air, evading the blow, and then spun around, bringing his right foot down in a powerful axe kick to Muscular's head. The force of the strike left her momentarily dazed, as Izuku had gathered a significant amount of power in that kick, wrapping his foot in a thick layer of ice using a variation of water control to enhance the impact. Izuku shouted the name of his move just as he landed the kick on Muscular. The villain staggered from the blow but quickly regained her composure and grabbed one of Izuku's feet, squeezing it tightly. She then slammed him onto the ground, causing him to feel the painful crunch of ribs. Without wasting a moment, she grabbed his face and hurled him against a wall with great force. The heroines watching felt helpless, unable to assist or call for help, as they could barely move. Muscular, enveloped in muscle fibers, charged at Izuku, determined to finish him off. Despite his injuries, Izuku also charged at the villain, and with all his might, he shouted his signature move. Izuku exclaimed as his fist collided with Muscular, generating a powerful gust of wind that pushed everyone back. Muscular, filled with rage, declared his desire to see Izuku suffer and beg for mercy. Izuku, determined, thought about saving Koda's parents. He refused to let anyone else die. With a surge of resolve, he pushed his one for all to its maximum, using his air control to propel himself forward. He would not allow Muscular to continue her rampage. Muscular was taken aback, questioning what was happening. Izuku unleashed his attack, calling upon all his strength. He delivered a devastating punch to Muscular's stomach, his fist engulfed in blue flames, causing significant burns. As Muscular was struck by the powerful blow, she felt intense pain and coughed up blood, crashing into a wall but remaining conscious. Realizing she was not defeated, Izuku wrapped his fists in dark energy and launched himself at her with incredible speed, appearing right in front of her before she could escape. He was resolute, stating that this was for Koda's parents and unleashing a powerful attack. After the battle, Izuku found himself exhausted, sitting on the ground where the fight had taken place. He had managed to defeat Muscular and save Koda's parents, but the effort had taken a toll on him. He was battered and bruised, having pushed his quirks to their limits. In the final blow, he had combined one for all with energy control and darkness control, resulting in injuries to his arms. As fatigue overcame him, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Waterhose, injured but determined, called for ambulances as she rushed to Izuku's side, accompanied by her partner. Minutes later, several ambulances arrived, quickly transporting Izuku to the hospital. Muscular was apprehended by the police and taken for medical attention before being sent to Tartarus. 7 hours later, Izuku lay on a hospital gurney, having received immediate care. His family, Inko and Azumi, were notified and rushed to the hospital, their hearts heavy with worry. Upon arriving, they asked for Izuku's room and hurried to see him. The sight of him, with a cast on one foot, both arms bandaged and various injuries, brought tears to their eyes. Inko knelt beside her son, her heart breaking at the sight of him in such a state. Azumi joined her, embracing her mother as they both cried for Izuku. In his mind, Izuku found himself within the realm of one for all. He could not speak but could see and move his arms. He noticed 8 silhouettes around him, the previous users of One for All, which astonished him as he realized this event was happening much earlier than expected. Daigoro, the 5th user, addressed him seriously, stating they needed to discuss something important before he awakened. Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor, expressed her shock at witnessing Izuku's memories. Hikage Shinomori, the 1st user, acknowledged the surprise of having a reincarnated bearer among them. They explained that while he had previously defeated All for One with just One for All, now he had his original quirk to help him against Muscular's sister. However, they emphasized the need for him to unlock their quirks. Daigoro encouraged him, reminding him that he could achieve anything through hard work. They urged him to awaken and to remember that he must not die. In that moment, Izuku's eyes shot open, breathing heavily and sweating. He sat up in the hospital bed, looking at his left hand, which was now free of the cast. As he caught his breath, he noticed Azumi and Inko beside him, both wide-eyed and astonished. The window of the hospital room was shattered, and the space was in disarray. Izuku called out to his mother, "Oka-san." Inko and Azumi were surprised to see their son. While he slept, his quirk seemed to have gone out of control for a moment, causing an unintentional mess. When Izuku woke up suddenly, the two women looked on with concern and surprise at the glowing lines on his arm. Izuku called out to them, expressing his confusion and concern for their well-being. Inko embraced her son tightly, tears streaming down her face, while Azumi joined in the hug, also crying. Izuku smiled back at them, though it was a bit difficult with a cast on his other arm. Inko asked what had happened with his quirk, worry etched on her face. Izuku, not wanting to alarm them further, lied and said he didn't know, but he was more concerned about their safety. Both women reassured him they were fine. Just then, several nurses entered the room due to the noise from the broken glass. As the day went on, the nurses checked on Izuku, confirming everything was all right, including his quirk. They removed his casts, though some nurses gave him lingering looks. They informed him he would be discharged the next day. Later that night, Izuku sat in his hospital bed, shirtless, astonished by the scars on his body. Just then, Azumi entered the room, blushing at the sight of her brother. She walked over and sat beside him in silence, which puzzled Izuku. He noticed she was tearing up, making him worry. Azumi expressed her distress at seeing him hurt, saying it was horrible to witness him with so many injuries. Izuku comforted her, explaining that he would sometimes be injured while protecting others, as that was what a hero did. He felt her shoulder dampen with her tears but didn't mind. Azumi let her emotions out, eventually falling asleep beside him after all her crying. Izuku smiled at her, grateful for her concern, and gently kissed her forehead before lying down next to her. He thought about how fortunate he was that the director had prevented him from facing serious consequences for using his quirk improperly. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching from the now-repaired window, a girl with a large hand covering her face and a crazed smile. It was Shigaraki, who vowed that Izuku would soon fall into their grasp. The next morning, Izuku woke to sunlight streaming in. He needed to get ready to leave the hospital but felt a weight on him. Lifting the blanket slightly, he saw Azumi sleeping peacefully on top of him, smiling. He sighed happily and gently nudged her awake. Azumi stretched and greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning." Izuku responded in kind, reminding her they needed to get ready. An hour later, Izuku was running with Azumi in his arms, fleeing from a crowd of girls who had become enamored with him after a video of his fight against Muscular went viral. He questioned why this was happening to him, trying to run as fast as he could without using his quirk to avoid more trouble. After a frantic sprint, they reached home safely. Izuku burst through the door, catching the attention of 4 people inside. He instructed Deku to activate the highest level of security, encasing the house in a thick layer of metal and electrifying the fence. Turrets appeared at strategic points, scaring the girls away. Feeling relieved, he dusted himself off alongside Azumi and noticed their mother watching them with 3 others. His homeroom teacher, Aizawa, All Might, and the director. He asked Inko what was happening, wondering if it was about the dormitories. The director explained that they were taking advantage of the week off to visit students' homes for parental signatures regarding the new dorms at UA. Chapter end. 3 green-haired individuals sat in front of the 2 heroines and the principal of UA. The mothers of the green-haired boys were reading the documents regarding their children's move. It didn't take long for her to finish reading, and she expressed her concerns. Inko, visibly worried, mentioned that she had no issues with them moving into the dorms but wanted to know about the safety of her son, Izuku. Aizawa reassured her, stating that a strict rule had been implemented to ensure nothing would happen to Izuku Midoriya for his safety. Izuku, with a calm smile, comforted his mother, reminding her that he could defend himself quite well. Azumi added that she would be there to protect her brother. Inko then signed the papers, expressing her trust in the school. The principal thanked her for her confidence and informed her that trucks would come the next day to help with the move. Afterward, Izuku called out to All Might, requesting a moment to speak with her. He led her to his room, secured the door, and invited her to sit. All Might, curious, asked what was going on. Izuku shared that while he was unconscious, he had spoken with the previous holders of One for All. He revealed that they told him he could unlock their quirks to fight against All for One. All Might was intrigued, noting that she had experienced the vestiges of One for All but was unaware of the ability to unlock the previous holder's quirks. Izuku confirmed that the fifth holder had informed him of this potential. All Might suggested they would address it another day since he needed to prepare for the move. She reminded him to call her if anything else regarding One for All came up. After All Might left, Izuku began packing his belongings into boxes, using his air control quirk to make the process easier. He finished in just 45 minutes, feeling a bit sweaty, and decided to take a cold shower to cool off. The next day, two green-haired girls walked hand in hand with Izuku toward Yue. They were all smiling, excited about living together. Azumi expressed her enthusiasm, while Keed jokingly exclaimed that it would be even more exciting if many girls at Yue were interested in Izuku. To calm her down, Izuku gave her a quick kiss, which made her blush. He reminded them that they needed to focus on training for the upcoming sports festival, which was only 5 days away. After 20 minutes of navigating through a crowd of girls, they finally arrived at Yue. The sight of the impressive 6-story building surprised the girls, though Izuku remained unfazed. They noticed several trucks unloading boxes, and Izuku saw that all his classmates were already inside, along with Aizawa. The trio entered the building, where Aizawa addressed everyone, explaining the layout of the dorms. The first floor would feature a recreational room, a dining area, and a fully stocked kitchen, with supplies replenished every 2 weeks. The second, third, and fourth floors would each have 5 rooms, while the fifth floor would have 4. Aizawa was interrupted by a girl with blue hair who questioned why the last floor had only 4 rooms. Aizawa clarified that the top floor would have just 1 room, which belonged to Midoriya. Both Izuku and his mother looked at her. Aizawa explained that this arrangement was for Izuku's privacy, as he had different needs than the girls. She firmly stated that she didn't want to hear any complaints about it. The majority of the girls responded in unison, acknowledging her directive. Aizawa instructed everyone to prepare their rooms and reminded them that the sports festival was in 5 days, emphasizing the importance of being ready. Uraraka then asked Izuku if he minded being alone on that floor. The chestnut-haired girl asked without receiving a response, wondering about Midoriya. Momo informed Ochako that Midoriya had gone to his room a while ago, along with several of the other girls. The scene was set in a large area filled with excited girls eagerly awaiting the start of the long-anticipated UA Sports Festival. The students of Class 1A had spent the last 5 days training hard, except for a few who believed their current skills were enough to win. Now, the entire Class 1A was gathered, many feeling nervous, but their green-haired classmate remained calm. He was conversing with Ochako, Lida, Azumi, and Keed, the latter two taking advantage of their time with Izuku before they became rivals. Suddenly, a girl with heterochromia approached Izuku with a serious and somewhat somber expression. Todoroki stated that, objectively speaking, she was stronger than him. Izuku thought to himself that she was colder than Shoto. She continued, noting that All Might and everyone else had their eyes on him, but she was determined to defeat him. With that, she turned to leave, which irritated a certain gray-haired girl and made several others nervous. Izuku called out to Todoroki, dropping the honorifics and capturing her attention. He asserted that if she thought he would let himself be defeated, she was mistaken, just like everyone else. He promised to give his all and hoped she would do the same. Todoroki clicked her tongue in annoyance before returning to her spot. At that moment, a horn sounded, and a familiar voice announced the start of the festival, calling for the first-year students to enter. The crowd erupted in cheers as they introduced Class 1A, the class that had thwarted villains with iron hearts. As they stepped forward, Izuku was met with enthusiastic shouts, being the only boy in the group. The pro-hero Midnight commanded attention by striking her whip against the ground. She announced the participants, and many girls were thrilled to see her. When she called out Izuku's name as the representative of Class 1A, there was a wave of surprise that the only boy was in the spotlight. Izuku approached the podium confidently, feeling the weight of many excited, envious, and curious gazes upon him. He cleared his throat and delivered a speech that inspired many of his classmates, before returning to his group. Midnight praised Izuku's speech, as expected from him, and declared the start of the first event, which was an obstacle race. She explained the rules, and soon all the participants, including Izuku, gathered at the starting line, creating a crowd of eager competitors. Izuku felt a few accidental touches, which startled him and caused a slight blush. He called out for the crowd to stop touching him, but he quickly realized the event was about to begin. Silently, he ignited a small flame beneath his feet, causing the ground to blacken slightly. With the sound of a horn, the obstacle race began, and everyone pushed forward to escape the tunnel. Suddenly, the ground began to freeze rapidly, thanks to Oyuki Todoroki, who wasted no time in sprinting ahead. As she ran, loud explosions echoed behind her, and she glanced back to see several classmates, including Izuku, escaping her trap. Kid challenged Oyuki, refusing to be stopped, while Azumi declared they wouldn't be defeated easily. Izuku, using a moderate percentage of his one for all, extinguished the flames beneath him and shouted that she wouldn't win with that. Present Mike exclaimed in surprise at how easily they had escaped Todoroki's trap. He noted that Izuku Midoriya and Kid Bakugo were dangerously close to catching up with Oyuki Todoroki, leaving everyone wondering how it would all turn out in the next chapter. The chapter concluded with a dramatic moment, and the story continued with a thrilling race. Izuku, with his green hair, was running alongside a girl with bicolor hair and another with gray hair. The trio was sprinting at incredible speed, nearly neck and neck, but Izuku had a slight edge over the girls. Behind them were Azumi, Yaoyorozu, Lita, and others, but the trio maintained a clear advantage. As they ran, 5 zero-point robots appeared in front of them. Oyuki observed the situation and thought about how the students from the entrance exam had faced challenges. She wished they had prepared better. In an instant, she used her ice quirk to freeze 2 of the robots. However, no one in the stadium, except for Kid, Azumi, and All Might, expected Izuku to respond in kind. He found it easier, giving a small stomp on the ground that created a path of ice directly toward 3 more robots, freezing them completely. When Oyuki looked back, she was surprised to find that both Izuku and Kid had already passed her without wasting any time. Frustrated, the bicolor-haired girl began using her ice to speed up, trying to keep pace with the gray-haired girl and the green-haired boy. Present Mike excitedly announced that Todoroki had been surpassed by Izuku Midoriya and Kid Bakugo, declaring the trio spectacular. Izuku had increased the percentage of his one for all to 25, pulling ahead of Kid, who, feeling a bit annoyed, began to accelerate her explosions. Izuku now held the lead, and as he ran, he quickly activated his air control quirk on his feet when he reached a cliff. He began to fly over it, noticing that his girlfriend Kid was also soaring thanks to her explosions, while Oyuki used her ice to glide over the cliff as well. Izuku was the first to reach a minefield, with the gray-haired girl and the bicolor-haired girl close behind, along with some other girls trailing further back. As Izuku ran, a path of ice formed in front of him, preventing the mines from detonating. Kid, using her explosions, soared over the mines, shouting that she wouldn't let Izuku surpass her again. Oyuki mirrored Izuku's actions, and the trio was more than halfway through the minefield, exciting the audience as they wondered who would win, Izuku, Oyuki, or Kid. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed throughout the stadium as someone flew off a metal board, propelled by the speed of their explosions. That person was none other than Azumi Midoriya. Izuku was momentarily surprised, recalling the same strategy he had used during his first sports festival. However, he was determined not to let her win, nor Kid or Oyuki. He increased his one for all to 30%, dramatically boosting his speed and making him appear like a green lightning bolt racing through the minefield. The mines exploded just moments after he passed, as his speed exceeded their reaction time. The girls in the audience were astonished by Izuku's sudden burst of speed, cheering excitedly. Present Mike shouted with enthusiasm, causing Eraser to wince slightly at the noise. All Might watched with pride and excitement as Izuku impressed over 200 spectators, surpassing the girls in less than 5 seconds. He was a true surprise. Azumi saw a green flash zip past her at incredible speed, realizing it was Izuku. Izuku entered a tunnel that marked the end of the first event. Without hesitation, he crossed the finish line swiftly, claiming victory in the obstacle race. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya had secured first place, his excitement palpable alongside Aizawa, who wore a slight smile. The story then shifted to the final event of the sports festival, which consisted of one-on-one battles. Izuku found himself standing on a platform, preparing to face Shinso in the first match, who was now a very attractive girl in his eyes. Midnight called for the combat to begin. Shinso admired the situation, trying to control Izuku. She thought about how amazing it would be to be the first man in Japan, the center of attention, and to possess a spectacular quirk. Despite her efforts, she struggled to gain control over Izuku, which only added to her frustration. Izuku, however, didn't want to hurt her. She reminded him of his friend from another world, and he intended to end the fight quickly. He positioned his right index finger next to his right thumb, channeling 5% of one for all into his fingers, and unleashed a powerful blast of compressed air aimed directly at the purple-haired girl. With determination, Izuku executed his move, declaring it as he released the attack. The force of the air blast struck her squarely in the face, sending her flying off the platform and landing hard on the grass, a trickle of blood escaping from her nose and mouth. The announcer, Present Mike, declared Izuku Midoriya the overwhelming victor over Narumi Shinso, allowing him to advance to the next round. The crowd erupted in excitement, enjoying the simplicity yet strength of Izuku's victory. Without wasting any time, he rushed off the platform to help Shinso up, offering her words of encouragement that lifted her spirits. They both exited the fighting area together. Next up was the match between Azumi and Kaminari, where Azumi managed to defeat the electric blonde by levitating her off the platform, claiming victory. Following that was the match between Tenya and Mei Hatsum, where Mei creatively used Tenya to showcase her projects before eliminating herself from the event, leaving Tenya as the winner. As the battles continued, Mina faced Aoyama, with Mina Ishido emerging victorious. The fight between Momo and Tokoyami was swift, as Momo, aided by Dark Shadow, managed to push the wealthy girl off the platform. Kirishima then faced a silver-haired opponent named Tetsu in a tough match that ended in a tie, resolved by a game of rock-paper-scissors, with Kirishima advancing to the next round. In the 8th and final match of the first round, Ochako Uraraka faced Kid Bakugo, who won decisively with a powerful explosion that left Ochako unconscious. After a 20-minute break, Present Mike announced the start of the second round, featuring the exciting battle between Oyuki Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. As Izuku walked toward the arena, he unexpectedly encountered the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Izuku greeted her calmly, showing no signs of nervousness or fear in her intimidating presence. Endeavor acknowledged him, having observed his earlier fight. She complimented his quirk, suggesting it was perfect for her creation aimed at defeating All Might. She then asked Izuku if he wanted to join her in her endeavor, believing he would accept without hesitation. Izuku firmly responded that Oyuki was not a creation but a person with the freedom to choose her own path. He emphasized that she was not an object, and Endeavor was the only one who failed to see that. With that, he headed toward his match, leaving Endeavor frustrated. Unbeknownst to them, Oyuki had overheard their conversation, surprised by Izuku's response. She had expected him to accept Endeavor's proposal. After both had left, she prepared for her fight. On the platform, Izuku stood serious, facing Oyuki, who regarded him with a cold expression. The announcer, Present Mike, excitedly declared the start of the match. Oyuki wasted no time, placing her right hand on the ground and launching a powerful ice attack at Izuku, completely freezing him. Many in the audience felt disappointed by how quickly the fight unfolded. As Oyuki turned to leave the platform, she was startled to see steam rising from the ice, indicating that Izuku was still in the fight. The ice began to melt, creating a thick vapor that obscured the view for the audience, including Oyuki. In the stands, Izuku's friends struggled to see what was happening. Azumi remarked that she couldn't see anything, and her companions agreed. Back on the platform, Oyuki remained on guard, anticipating Izuku's next move. Suddenly, Izuku appeared before her, his left fist engulfed in flames, ready to strike. Izuku aimed a powerful punch at Oyuki's face, but she managed to defend herself by raising a solid wall of ice just in time. The impact of his attack began to melt the ice shield, demonstrating the intensity of their clash. Present Mike exclaimed in excitement, wondering if this would finally be the moment Oyuki defeated Midoriya. With excitement, she addressed her audience, who responded with enthusiastic cheers. However, the green-haired boy would not stand still to receive the attack. Activating his air control quirk, he swiftly moved backward, dodging several ice spikes. While evading the attack from the albino girl, he ignited his hands with blue flames, a variant of fire control. This caught the attention of many pro heroes, especially Endeavor. Without wasting any time, the green-haired boy launched a counterattack with both hands against the massive attack from his opponent, successfully neutralizing it. The crowd erupted in cheers at the green-haired boy's impressive move, surprising many women who watched him with admiration. His classmates were filled with excitement, worry, and nervousness about who would emerge victorious. It was a fierce battle. When the green-haired boy's attack countered the albino girl's, it pierced through her assault and headed straight for her. She quickly slid to her left using her ice, but realizing she wouldn't completely evade the attack, she leaped forward, narrowly avoiding it and rolling on the ground. As she prepared to rise and retaliate against the green-haired boy, she was caught off guard when he appeared right in front of her, delivering a powerful kick that struck her squarely in the face. As the albino girl staggered from the blow, blood trickled from her nose and mouth, and she was sent flying to the right due to the force of the kick, almost falling off the platform. However, she managed to stop herself by creating a wall of ice behind her, narrowly avoiding disaster. She thought to herself that he was much stronger than she had anticipated and realized she needed to defeat him quickly. The extensive use of her ice was taking a toll on her, as her body temperature dropped. Ice clung to her skin, hair, and clothes, causing her to shiver. The green-haired boy noticed her trembling and remarked that her overuse of ice must be affecting her. He suggested that if she used her left side, she could control her temperature. The albino girl, frustrated, declared that she would not use her other power. She launched another ice attack, but this one was weaker and thinner. Without moving from his spot, the green-haired boy brought his thumb and index finger together, channeling some of his one-for-all into it, and then unleashed a Delaware smash. Upon impact with the albino girl's attack, it shattered her ice. He shouted at her, urging her to understand that it was her power, not his or Endeavor's, it was solely hers. The albino girl widened her eyes in surprise, clenching her teeth as she continued to tremble from the cold. In anger, she questioned if someone had bought him off, launching another ice attack at him. To her shock, he was airborne above her, and she was struck on the head once more. The impact caused her significant pain, but she refused to be defeated. Struggling to recover from the blow, she attempted to punch him, but her inexperience made it easy for him to dodge. He placed his right hand in front of her and used air control to send her flying backward. She rolled hard on the ground, barely able to get up due to the cold and the pain from his strikes. Blood was visible on her face, and she was covered in ice, feeling the ache throughout her body as she struggled to rise. With a stutter caused by the cold and pain, she asked him why he was going so far. He responded that he wanted to help her, to meet everyone's expectations, and to be a hero who could save everyone and bring smiles, including hers. His voice rang out for all to hear, whether in person or on television, as he declared that she needed to stop playing because that was her power. Upon hearing his words, the heterochromatic girl's eyes widened, and memories flooded her mind, particularly one that ignited her determination, her mother's voice encouraging her to be whoever she wanted to be. Suddenly, flames erupted from her left side, generating an immense heat that filled the stadium. Present Mike exclaimed with excitement that Oyuki was finally using her left side. Uraraka commented on the heat of the moment. Endeavor, seeing his perfect creation utilize her left side, shouted at the top of his lungs for Oyuki. As she unleashed her fire abilities, she managed to neutralize her opponent's ice, moderating her temperature and smiling brightly at the green-haired boy. Oyuki remarked that he was crazy for wanting to help his opponent and warned him not to blame her for what would happen next as she activated her quirk fully. Izuku, in response, activated multiple quirks at once, channeling one for all at 30% along with electricity control, fire control, and energy control. Midnight urged Cementos to stop them, but her quirk failed to work due to the strong winds. Oyuki expressed her gratitude to Midoriya. The albino girl launched her maximum attack at Izuku, who crossed his arms in an X shape, quickly gathering power from his quirks before unleashing a vibrant blue attack. Both Oyuki and Izuku shouted in unison as they released their attacks against each other. Cementos quickly used her quirk to create over 15 cement walls in an attempt to intercept the collision, which ultimately failed. However, it prevented a catastrophic outcome. A massive explosion erupted upon impact, sending a powerful shockwave that pushed the audience back, making it difficult for them to breathe. Many spectators fell backward due to the force, and Cementos and Midnight were forcefully thrown against the stands, feeling a sharp pain. After a tense 5 seconds, silence enveloped the stadium. A cloud of smoke obscured the view of the platform, leaving everyone speechless. As the smoke began to dissipate, the audience eagerly anticipated who would be standing. Present Mike shouted out in excitement, wondering who had won the battle. As the smoke cleared completely, it was revealed that both competitors were still on their feet, prompting a huge cheer from the crowd. Present Mike expressed his amazement at Aizawa's training methods. Eraser had acknowledged that they had progressed on their own but admitted it was impressive. On the platform, Oyuki appeared severely injured, struggling to stay upright. Blood trickled down from her head, and part of her shirt was burned, though her white bra remained intact. Her vision was blurry, and she could barely move. Izuku, on the other hand, had blood running from his forehead to his cheek and several burns on his arms and chest, with most of his shirt burned away, revealing his toned physique and scars. Many girls in the audience found him incredibly charming, while Mineta blushed and had a nosebleed, quickly taking a photo of Izuku for later use. Noticing Oyuki's condition, Izuku decided it was time to get her off the platform and take her to Recovery Girl. He activated one for all at 5% and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful Delaware smash that struck Oyuki's face, sending her crashing to the ground outside the platform and rendering her unconscious, declaring Izuku the winner of the match and advancing him to the finals. Midnight announced that Izuku Midoriya was moving on to the final round, her surprise evident as she blushed at how Izuku looked. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in cheers, thrilled by the unexpected intensity of the battle. After being declared the winner, Izuku descended from the platform, watching as 2 robots carried Oyuki away for medical attention. Despite feeling exhausted and sore from using his quirks, he made his way to the infirmary, where he knocked on the door to be attended by Recovery Girl. She had already treated the unconscious Oyuki and instructed Izuku to rest for at least 20 minutes after a brief lecture about using his quirks in such a manner. Recovery Girl was aware of one for all, so Izuku remained calm as he rested beside Oyuki, who was recovering from the fight. Once the 20 minutes had passed, Izuku thanked the nurse and headed back to the stands, where the match between Tenya Lida and Azumi Midoriya was taking place. Upon arriving, he was met with a flurry of questions from his classmates. Mina asked how he was feeling, while Kirishima inquired if he was in any pain. Mineta asked if it hurt, but she was interrupted by Keed, who stood face to face with her boyfriend. Keed expressed her hope that Izuku was feeling better, not wanting to defeat him while he was still down. Izuku assured her he was perfectly fine and declared his desire to face Bakugo in the finals, wearing a challenging smile that made Bakugo blush slightly. Keed confidently stated she would definitely make it to the finals, displaying a bit of her tsundere personality. Some of the girls nearby noticed Keed's blush and thought to themselves that she was quite the tsundere. Just then, the pro-hero Present Mike excitedly announced the results of the previous match. Present Mike proclaimed that Tenya Lida had defeated Azumi Midoriya, knocking her off the platform. Tenya had outpaced Azumi, leaving her little chance to catch up with her telekinesis, and quickly eliminated her. Azumi felt a bit disheartened as she made her way to the stands, but her classmates, along with Izuku, encouraged her. Kaminari praised her performance, while Jiru reassured her that she had done her best. Kid, with her arms crossed, remarked that Azumi had done well for a nerd. Kaminari teased Kid about her support for Midoriya, causing laughter among their friends. Kid warned that if they laughed again, she would take action, playfully hitting Kirishima on the head. Azumi chuckled at the scene, feeling her spirits lift. Izuku knelt down in front of her to meet her gaze. He complimented her on her fight, expressing his admiration and giving her a gentle kiss on the forehead, which caused her to blush and her mood to soar. As some girls were about to speak, Present Mike called for the next participants. He announced that Kid Bakugu and Eiji Kirishima should come to the platform for the next match. Kirishima, a bit nervous, encouraged Kid to put on a good show. Kid challenged him to entertain her. The scene shifted to Kid Bakugu, with her striking ash-colored hair and ruby-like eyes, standing on a large platform after defeating her opponents and making it to the finals. Izuku Midoriya, with his green hair and emerald eyes, stood on the platform, ready to begin the final match of the sports festival. Present Mike announced the start of the final battle, introducing Kid as a fierce competitor who had shown her superiority throughout the event. The crowd erupted in cheers. He then introduced Izuku, who had not been defeated in any event, receiving a loud response from the audience. Midnight confirmed that both competitors understood the rules and signaled for the match to begin. Kid declared that being his girlfriend wouldn't stop her from giving it her all, and she propelled herself toward Izuku with a powerful explosion from her palm. As Kid charged at him, Izuku executed a quick maneuver, launching an explosion upward. He then countered with an explosion aimed directly at her face while shouting, "Shine!" However, Kid was ready and quickly turned to face him. Izuku, using 30% of his one-for-all, increased his speed and agility significantly. As Kid barely turned around, Izuku landed 5 rapid punches to her stomach, causing her to spit out a bit of saliva. To finish, he delivered an upward kick to her chin, sending her flying backward. Izuku, standing defensively, stated that he wouldn't hold back against Kid either. Kid, slightly hurt but determined, quickly got back up and charged at him again. She created an explosion on the ground right in front of him, catching him off guard as she appeared behind him. Without hesitation, she placed her hands on his back and unleashed a powerful explosion, creating a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the arena. Kid, Izuku's girlfriend and opponent, expressed her concern as the ash-haired girl launched a powerful attack. While Izuku was indeed strong, Kid was equally formidable. When the explosion erupted, many spectators worried for Izuku, but Kid knew he could handle it. Kid felt a mix of annoyance and determination as she called out to Izuku, questioning if he could truly defeat her so easily. However, she suddenly found herself unable to move her arms or legs. Before she could finish her thought, a strong punch landed on her chin, causing her to taste blood. Izuku, with his one-for-all activated at 30% and his quirk, electricity control, in effect, struck with a force that stunned Kid. Present Mike excitedly announced Izuku's resilience, and the crowd cheered. Aizawa watched intently, curious to see how Izuku would emerge victorious. Without hesitation, Izuku delivered another blow to Kid's stomach, forcing the air from her lungs. He followed up with a series of rapid punches to her face and chin, each hit landing with significant force. With each strike, Kid felt her strength waning, but she refused to give in easily. No matter how much she cared for Izuku, a fight was a fight, and she was determined not to be overwhelmed. Kid unleashed a massive explosion aimed directly at Izuku's chest, engulfing the arena in smoke but fortunately sparing the audience. She then propelled herself upward, breaking free from the ice chains that had restrained her. Using her explosions in a zigzag pattern, she spun through the air like a tornado, spotting Izuku amid the dust. With a fierce determination, she called out her attack and struck at Izuku with all her might. The resulting explosion echoed throughout the arena, and as the dust settled, Keed stood, visibly exhausted but wearing a confident smile, believing she had won. However, a voice came from behind her, startling her. It was Izuku, who had been preparing a final blow with a blue flame flickering around his left fist. She quickly turned to see that he had only struck a statue of ice shaped like him. Realizing the danger, Keed felt a surge of panic. Izuku declared that he would be the victor and delivered a powerful punch to her stomach, causing her to cough up blood from the impact. The force of his blow sent her flying backward, creating a cloud of dust as she crashed into a wall, becoming momentarily unconscious. Present Mike announced Izuku as the winner of the match, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Later, Izuku lay on his bed, reflecting on the recent sports festival where he had triumphed in every event. He had received numerous compliments and admiration, with many heroines showing interest in him for their agencies. After the awards ceremony and a narrow escape from several admirers, he returned to his room at High Alliance, safe and sound. But his thoughts soon shifted to something more pressing. Eri. He couldn't bear to see her suffering any longer. Rising from his bed, he approached a wall in his room. As he placed his hand against it, the wall suddenly rotated, revealing a hidden space filled with items he had crafted. He retrieved a few things before resetting the wall to its original position, resolute in his mission to save Eri. Timeskip. Several hours had passed since nightfall, and Izuku's classmates were now asleep in their respective rooms. This was the perfect opportunity for him. The green-haired boy walked over to a piece of furniture where he had left his gear earlier. He donned a dark, full-body suit along with a black mask. He carefully packed 2 items into a small backpack, which would aid him in his rescue mission for Eri. Izuku quietly slipped out of his bedroom window, making sure to minimize any noise. He activated his One for All at 10%, suppressing the characteristic green lightning to avoid drawing attention. He was heading to a place he knew well. 15 minutes later, Izuku stood atop the roof of a large building, observing a specific house below. This was the Yakuza's base, Overhaul's stronghold. Camouflaged, he utilized air control to descend silently until he was almost at the entrance of the base, landing without a sound. With the incredible intelligence granted to him by Kami-sama, he had learned to move without making a sound when he focused. Izuku retrieved a small, gray button from his backpack and placed it on the ground where it wouldn't be seen. He pressed it, creating a faint invisible energy field around the base, ensuring that anything happening inside, including its destruction, would remain unseen by the outside world. He then took out another button, similar to the first but with a blue line down the middle. Pressing this button muted all sounds within the invisible field. It was time for action, he thought as he entered Overhaul's base. Inside, he noticed several of Chisaki's henchmen. Upon seeing the masked figure, they immediately aimed their weapons and activated their quirks. One henchwoman demanded to know who he was and what he was doing there, while another threatened him with violence. However, they were unprepared for Izuku's swift response. He raised his left hand, pinching his index finger and thumb together before launching a powerful Delaware smash. The force sent all the henchmen flying, crashing into walls and furniture, creating a loud commotion that would surely attract more Yakuza. With one problem dealt with, Izuku was ready to continue his mission to rescue the girl with the small horn. But just then, more of Chisaki's henchmen appeared, and one in particular caught his attention. She was tall, muscular, and wore a mask that obscured most of her face. Kendo Rappa. Rappa, though silent, wore an excited smile as she charged at Izuku, preparing to strike. He recalled a conversation he had with Kirishima from another world about fighting Rappa. He knew she would not stop until she either won or lost. Izuku quickly dodged her punch, causing her fist to crash into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped into the air, spinning to deliver a powerful kick to her face, sending her stumbling backward. This would take some time, he thought, eager to rescue Eri but aware that it wouldn't be easy. He increased his quirk to 35%, allowing the familiar green lightning to crackle around him. Rappa sensed the challenge and declared that he would give her a good fight, charging at him with a flurry of powerful blows. The force of their exchanges sent the other henchmen flying backward, leaving the entrance of the base empty except for the unconscious bodies of those who had been there. Izuku, frustrated by the delay, struck Rappa hard in the stomach, propelling her backward with great force. He prepared for a final blow, gathering yellow energy and lightning in his right fist, combining energy control and electricity control for a powerful finishing move. Rappa, confident in her strength, urged him to hit her, believing she could withstand the blow. But before she could react, Izuku dashed forward with incredible speed. He struck her stomach with a force that sent shockwaves through her body, causing her to spit out blood as she was propelled backward, crashing through 6 walls of the Yakuza base. The impact created a strong gust of wind that knocked several henchmen into walls, rendering them unconscious. With the path cleared, Izuku focused on his goal. He was on his way to find Eri and confront Overhaul. The masked boy with green hair was engaged in battle against the Yakuza, skillfully taking down all of Chisaki's henchmen, including those of higher rank. He combined his original quirk with one for all, feeling fatigued but determined. He would not stop. He was going to save Eri, no matter the cost. Izuku stood before the final door, where Chisaki and the white-haired girl were located. Dressed entirely in black, he opened the door without hesitation, only to be met with a barrage of concrete spikes launched by Overhaul, the Yakuza leader. Reacting swiftly, Izuku used air control to elevate himself, narrowly avoiding the spikes, though he sustained a few minor cuts. Chisaki, surprised to see a man before her, questioned his presence, wondering if he sought death. Izuku declared that he was there for Eri, vowing not to allow her to continue suffering under Chisaki's experiments. Eri, hearing his words, felt a spark of hope. Perhaps freedom was within reach, but she knew the Yakuza would not let her go easily. Chisaki insisted that Eri was essential to her plans and would not allow Izuku to take her. As she touched the ground, more spikes shot toward the green-haired boy. Izuku flew toward Chisaki, dodging the spikes with agility, which only fueled her anger. Despite sustaining minor injuries, he quickly used his air control to move Eri away from danger, placing her safely in a corner. Chisaki, furious, prepared to retaliate, but at that moment, Chronostasis entered the room, injured from her battle with a mysterious figure. Realizing her quirk was ineffective against Izuku, Chisaki decided to execute a new plan, placing her hands on the ground to summon larger spikes aimed at him. Chronostasis informed Chisaki that the intruder had defeated all her subordinates. Chisaki acknowledged this, but commended her follower for her efforts, touching her mask and her own face, causing them to merge rapidly. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, activated his one for all to 50%, flames igniting in blue around his hands and legs. As Overhaul merged with Chronostasis, her new form startled Eri. Overhaul taunted Eri, claiming that Izuku would die because of her. This made Eri feel guilty and compelled to help, but she watched as Overhaul lunged at the masked hero, intent on touching him to explode. Izuku, filled with rage, leaped to evade her and prepared to unleash a powerful attack. He expressed his outrage at Overhaul for blaming Eri, readying his strike combined with fire control. To his surprise, he awakened Black Whips, a manifestation of his power. Overhaul was taken aback but also furious. Determined to control the whips, Izuku recalled a conversation with Daigoro from another world. He managed to harness the power, albeit with difficulty, and prepared to strike. Grabbing large rocks with the whips, he hurled them at Chisaki. She easily destroyed the rocks with her quirk, but Izuku appeared before her in an instant, delivering a punch aimed at her face. Overhaul barely dodged, but as she prepared to retaliate, she suddenly froze. Chisaki, bewildered and furious, demanded to know what was happening. Izuku revealed that his plan had worked. He was controlling her blood. With all his one-for-all energy focused in his left fist, enveloped in blue flames, he declared that this was for all the harm she had caused Eri. Chisaki pleaded for him to wait. A powerful blow struck the face of the Yakuza, causing her to feel intense heat in that area, a result of the masked figure's fiery attack. The impact sent her crashing to the other side of the base, where she collided with the entrance wall and lost consciousness instantly, blood trickling from her head and mouth. Meanwhile, Izuku had deactivated his quirks and knelt down slightly due to the pain. His arm, which he had used to strike Overhaul, felt burned and severely injured, with sparks coursing through his body from the electricity control he had employed against Rappa. However, the important thing was that he had finally defeated Chisaki. Eri, seeing her savior kneeling, rushed toward him with a hint of fear. Eri, trembling, expressed her concern for Izuku, worried that he might have put himself in danger because of her. Tears streamed down her face as she thanked him repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. Izuku reassured her that she no longer had to suffer and that she was now free. He removed the mask covering his face, revealing his identity to her, and embraced her tightly, promising he would not allow her to return to that hell. After the confrontation, Izuku contacted the police, explaining everything without revealing his identity or Eri's situation, only mentioning the Yakuza. They were all taken away in patrol cars. Izuku then stood up and knocked on the door of his teacher, Shota Aizawa, waiting a few minutes before she opened it, looking half asleep. Aizawa, irritated, questioned why they were there at such an hour. She noticed Izuku's injuries and the frightened girl standing behind him. Izuku explained the events that had transpired, detailing his battle against the Yakuza, Chisaki's defeat, and Eri's rescue. He expressed his willingness to accept any punishment for his actions, whether it meant going to prison or facing other consequences. Aizawa, while acknowledging that what he did was illegal, recognized the greater good in his actions. She confirmed that Overhaul had planned to use Eri's blood to create bullets that nullified quirks. For this time, she decided to let him off the hook but warned him not to let it happen again. She instructed him to go to his room and see Recovery Girl the next day for treatment, assuring him that she would take care of Eri. Izuku agreed and knelt before Eri, reassuring her that she would be safe with Aizawa. After leaving Eri with his teacher, he quietly returned to his room, changed clothes, and collapsed onto his bed, sinking into a deep sleep. Fortunately, they had days off following the festival, so he didn't have to worry about classes. Later that night, Aizawa was disturbed again by a knock at the door. She grumbled about the repeated interruptions and opened it to find Tokoyami, who informed her that someone had escaped again. Aizawa cursed under her breath as she searched for her bandages. The next morning, around 9:15, Izuku awoke to sunlight streaming into his eyes. Annoyed by the brightness, he sat up in bed, grumbling about the sun. After stretching, he got dressed and headed for the shower, relieved that his injuries were no longer causing him much pain. Meanwhile, all the girls from Class 1A had gathered at Azumi's request, excluding Izuku, who was unaware of this meeting. Keed expressed her frustration at being called so early, while Momo inquired about the purpose of the gathering. Kaminari questioned why Izuku was absent from the group. Azumi looked around, searching for her beloved green-haired friend. She expressed her desire for everyone to celebrate Izuku's victory at the festival by throwing him a party. Kyoka agreed, suggesting it would be a great way to thank him for saving them at USJ, where he had sacrificed himself for them. Mineta chimed in, thinking that if he told Izuku the idea was his, he would surely win his affection. Oyuki had no objections, mentioning that she also wanted to thank him for his help. Azumi proposed they head to the mall at 2 in the afternoon, receiving positive responses from her friends, except for one girl with blue hair. Lita regrettably informed them that she couldn't join because her sister, Ingenium, had been attacked by Stain. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, so she would visit her at the hospital but would return around 4. At that moment, the elevator opened, revealing Izuku, who had some bandages on his face and arms. He had taken care of his injuries, but the sight of him worried the girls, who rushed to his side. Izuku calmly asked what was wrong, to which Kirishima exclaimed that he was covered in bandages. Ki demanded an explanation, her intense gaze making it clear she was serious. Izuku reassured them that he had simply overtrained and was fine, flashing a smile that made the girls blush. Momo expressed her concern, advising him not to overexert himself. Izuku then inquired why they were gathered there. Mina nervously claimed they were just discussing some things they wanted to buy, trying to sound convincing but failing. Izuku chose not to press further and went to have breakfast, relieved that he had not caught on to their secret. Azumi sighed in relief, glad he had believed them. She suggested they prepare to go shopping, and the girls headed to their rooms to get ready. Izuku, meanwhile, decided to stay out of their plans, sensing that getting involved might ruin something special. He prepared a healthy plate of katsudon as the chapter came to a close. Later that evening, Izuku found himself alone in the High Alliance, puzzled about where his friends had gone. He sat on a couch in the recreation room, scrolling through his phone until Azumi and Keed entered, approaching him with a determined look. Noticing they were dressed up more than usual, he asked what was going on. Azumi hesitated, unsure of how to explain without ruining their surprise. Keed instructed him to get ready and dress nicely for the gym in 20 minutes, then kissed him before leaving with Azumi. Izuku, slightly confused but intrigued, headed to his room to change into casual clothes and his favorite red sneakers, feeling satisfied with his appearance. As he made his way to the gym, he noted that he was on schedule. Upon arriving, he heard music and chatter, confirming his suspicions about the gathering. Hagakure wondered how much longer it would be until Midoriya arrived, while Ojiro suggested he might still be getting ready. Tenya insisted that being late was unacceptable, and Jiraiya proposed they dance to pass the time. As some girls began to dance, Izuku decided it was time for his entrance. He opened the gym door, capturing the attention of all the girls in Class 1A. He stepped in and began to dance, surprising everyone with his moves. As the song reached its climax, he finished his performance perfectly in sync with the music. Mina exclaimed in awe, realizing she wasn't the only one with impressive dance skills. The girl with pink skin and hair teased her friends. Shoji commented on the impressive entrance and exit of the event, while Kaminari, the blonde with electric hair, excitedly approached the boy she liked, praising Izuku's performance. Izuku, the green-haired boy, humbly downplayed his achievement, explaining that he simply got carried away by the music. His classmates gathered around him, and he curiously asked about the reason for the celebration. Oyuki, with her bicolor hair slightly blushing, explained that it was a celebration of his victory at the sports festival. She leaned closer and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, causing him to blush in return, which sparked jealousy among some girls. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the celebration, saying it wasn't necessary but he appreciated it nonetheless. With a bright smile that made the girls around him blush, he suggested they dance. After his invitation, he moved to the center of the gym, which was beautifully decorated, and the girls followed him, starting to dance joyfully. The entire class enjoyed the moment, including the energetic Keed and the reserved Tokoyami. A song began to play that caught the attention of Izuku and a certain brown-haired girl. Ochako, the girl who loved Machi, excitedly declared that she knew the dance. Izuku, equally enthusiastic, asked if they could dance together, and a flustered Ochako happily agreed. They both shouted to start and began dancing together. After their performance, they were met with applause from their classmates, who were amazed by their dance. The celebration continued in honor of Izuku's victory until Azumi called for everyone's attention to make a toast. Azumi raised her cup of punch and proposed a toast to her brother and his victory at the festival, exclaiming, "Cheers!" Everyone, including Izuku, echoed the toast, marking the end of the chapter. In the world of Izuku Midoriya, he walked through the halls of UA Academy, feeling the gazes of many girls from different classes, but he remained unfazed. After a few minutes, he entered his classroom, drawing the attention of his classmates and their teacher. Aizawa, with her dark hair, questioned why he was late, using her quirk to intimidate him, though it had little. Izuku explained that he had been approached by several girls who wanted to take him somewhere dark, sending a chill down his spine. Keed, furious, declared that she would take action against those girls, generating small explosions with her palms. Lida reprimanded her for her language, while Aizawa ordered Izuku to take his seat and continued the class. As the theoretical hero class progressed, some girls discreetly glanced at Izuku, while others took notes or dozed off. Everything seemed normal until Tsuyu noticed something unusual about Izuku. She pointed out that he was glowing, prompting Azumi to confirm that it was true. Aizawa quickly reprimanded Izuku for using his quirk without permission, but to her surprise, her attempt to stop the glow failed. Keed shouted for him to stop glowing, while another girl, Aoyama, insisted he shouldn't outshine her. Shoji asked what was happening, and Izuku, confused and overwhelmed by the glow, exclaimed that he couldn't feel half of his body before he suddenly vanished completely. In the world of Izuku Midoriya, a green-haired boy of good height was in the UA gymnasium with his classmates and their teacher, Aizawa. They were in a training class, and Aizawa instructed them to put on their sports uniforms. He explained that they would evaluate their physical condition to see how much they had improved, emphasizing that quirks weren't everything, using Izuku as an example. Denki asked what they would do to measure their improvements, and Jiraiya pointed out that they would be exercising, making Denki feel foolish for his question. Aizawa confirmed that they would perform a series of exercises to assess their progress. He then called on Hagakure to start with a lateral jump exercise, timing her for 15 seconds. After she completed 7 jumps, he noted her performance and called on Midoriya to prepare for his turn. Izuku, the boy with green hair, began his exercise, causing the ground to crack beneath him. However, midway through, something unexpected happened. Aizawa, the eraser hero, called out for him to stop, prompting Izuku to halt. Confused, he looked down, noticing a strange phenomenon. He was glowing. Ijiro, his red-haired friend, pointed out the glow, expressing his surprise. Momo, the wealthy girl, wondered what was happening with Izuku, while Uraraka asked if he was okay. Aizawa warned everyone to be prepared, suspecting a villain attack. Izuku, feeling a strange sensation, realized he couldn't feel half of his body and, before he could finish his thought, he vanished completely. In an unknown location, 2 green-haired figures appeared in a dark space, yet they could see clearly. One of them, Izukimif, questioned where they were, while Izuku OP echoed the sentiment. Upon recognizing each other, they fell into a moment of silence. Izuku OP asked what was happening and why the other looked so much like him, emanating a serious aura. Izukimif contemplated the situation when a voice interrupted them. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s, addressed them, expressing relief at their arrival. Izukimif greeted him warmly, showing gratitude and respect for the deity who had given him a second chance. Izuku OP was puzzled by the mention of Kami-sama. The deity explained that he needed their help to stop a threat in Universe PK 2325. He revealed that he and other deities could not interfere in the mortal world, which is why he sought their assistance. He described a villain who had proven too powerful for even all might and endeavor, a version of Izuku Midoriya who possessed the quirk of all for one. Both Izukis were shocked to learn they had to confront another version of themselves. Kami-sama urged them to stop wasting time and defeat the villain, snapping his fingers to send them on their way, wishing them luck. In the world of villain Deku, the 2 green-haired figures suddenly found themselves in a dark alley. They quickly got to their feet, ready to confront the villain. Izuku OP introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, known as One Punch Man, and mentioned he had no quirk. Izuku MF introduced himself as well, detailing his quirks, elemental control, and enhanced abilities, which allowed him to boost his strength and speed. As they prepared to face the threat, they noticed the devastation around them: destroyed buildings, overturned cars, and a grim atmosphere. They ran for several minutes, searching for the other Izuku, when they overheard voices. One voice taunted the heroes, questioning their abilities, while another, weak and strained, urged Izuku to stop the chaos and become a hero. It was All Might, gravely injured. Endeavor, also wounded, lamented the loss of many heroes at the hands of the villain. The villain, Izuku Midoriya, expressed his anger toward All Might for denying him his dreams, laughing maniacally as he prepared to unleash a fiery attack. Endeavor recognized the attack as dangerous, and the villain declared it was time for revenge. Just as the attack was about to strike All Might and Endeavor, a green-haired figure appeared in front of them with incredible speed, delivering a powerful punch that dissipated the attack. He couldn't finish his sentence, as he received an unexpected, powerful blow to his face, sending him crashing into a nearby building. In that moment he heard the words, "St. Louis Smash." Izuku OP noted that they had arrived just in time. Izukimif declared that they would take care of the situation, positioning himself beside his other self. All Might, badly injured, questioned who they were. Izuku began to respond but was interrupted by a punch to his stomach that forced him to spit out a bit of saliva and blood, sending him flying away. Izuku cursed, but he too was cut off when he received a fierce punch to the face, propelling him in the same direction as his other self. Villain Deku felt a slight sting from the blow but dismissed it, confidently stating that they were finished. He turned his attention to All Might, declaring it was his turn. Suddenly, a wall of blue fire appeared in front of them, causing the villainous Izuku to retreat. He had to dodge a barrage of electric orbs aimed at him, but he was caught off guard when one of the heroes he had previously sent flying appeared before him. Just as he was about to speak, he received a powerful punch to the chest, accompanied by the phrase, "normal hit." Despite the force of the blow, the villain staggered back but surprisingly remained unharmed. Izuku expressed his astonishment at seeing his counterpart seemingly unscathed. Villain Deku admitted that the hit had hurt but quickly shifted to attack mode, declaring a series of powerful air bullets, multiplying their impact and speed. Before he could unleash his attack, a spike of ice pierced his left hand, causing him to cry out in pain. The one responsible was the hero who had struck him first, and the reincarnated Izuku positioned himself beside his other self. Izuku urged them to go all out, activating his one for all at full power. Blue flames and yellow electricity crackled around his hands, while his legs glowed white from energy control, and his chest darkened due to darkness control, granting him incredible defense. He declared, "One for all. Full combination. 100%. Izuku prepared himself, sharpening his gaze and tensing his muscles, exuding an intimidating presence. Villain Deku, unfazed by his injury, grinned maniacally and called for a distraction, activating multiple quirks. Both Izukus charged at their villainous counterpart with overwhelming speed, so fast that even All Might struggled to track them. The villain, however, was aware of their approach. As the two heroic green-haired figures prepared to unleash a powerful attack, the villain acted 3 thick layers of defense. The two Izukus broke through the first 2 layers but were halted by the last, which proved to be incredibly tough. Villain Deku laughed triumphantly, declaring they would never breach his defense. Izuku retorted that he was mistaken, pulling back his left fist and announcing, "Severe Mortal Series, Heavy Strike." He delivered a devastating blow to the defense, shattering it instantly and sending the villain hurtling backward. The force of the impact even split the gray clouds above. Seizing the opportunity as the villain's guard dropped, the heir of One for All dashed forward in less than 2 seconds, delivering a powerful punch infused with blue flames and crackling electricity to the villain's right cheek. The strike was so forceful that it knocked out 2 of the villain's teeth, leaving a severe burn and causing his face to convulse with electric shocks. Villain Deku cursed, but was interrupted as the apprentice of Saitama landed a powerful kick to his face, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble. The heir of the sacred torch then sent a black whip to ensnare the villain's right leg. Once he succeeded, he hurled the villain back at them with overwhelming speed. Realizing he couldn't slow down, the villain wrapped himself in his defensive layer, but it proved ineffective as both Izukus prepared to deliver the final blow. Izuku declared that it would end here, while Izuku echoed that it would be finished now. They unleashed a powerful double strike to the villain's stomach, causing him to spit out a significant amount of blood. Together they shouted, "Plus ultra!" When the villain received a punch to the stomach, he felt unimaginable pain. He was sent flying, crashing through 5 buildings, and when he finally broke through the last one, it collapsed on top of him, leaving him completely defeated and unconscious. All Might was surprised and in pain as he watched the 2 heroes begin to fade away, indicating they had completed their mission. He wondered what was happening to them. Izuku explained that they had to leave, stopping the use of his original quirk and One for All. His shirt was torn, his pants slightly damaged, and blood trickled from his forehead to his chin as he began to disappear. Izuku remarked that if the villain hadn't been evil, he would have been a fun opponent. He too was fading away, his shirt completely torn but his pants intact, with only a few scratches. All Might expressed his gratitude, and with great effort he went to find the defeated villain. In the presence of Kami-sama, the two green-haired heroes reappeared, greeted by the smiling deity. Kami-sama noted that they had completed their task faster than he expected. Izuku M.F stated that they couldn't let the villain go all out, as it would have posed a danger, which is why they finished quickly, despite the pain from using both quirks. Izuku O.P added that at least they had defeated him. Kami-sama acknowledged their strategic thinking in battle but reminded them it was time to return to their worlds. With a snap of his fingers he healed their wounds, restoring them to full health. Izuku O.P expressed how great it was to fight alongside Izuku M.F, calling him incredible and hoping they could fight together again. Izuku M.F reciprocated the sentiment, praising his counterpart's potential and encouraging him to show how strong a quirkless person could be. They shook hands in a gesture of respect and friendship before quickly beginning to fade away. Both Izukus bid farewell in unison before completely disappearing, returning to their respective worlds. Kami-sama smiled, remarking on how incredible those two were, before concluding the special. In a classroom, a certain green-haired boy sat calmly, chatting with his sister Azumi, the energetic Kid, the wealthy Momo, the strict Tenya, the kind Uraraka, the intriguing Oyuki, the outgoing Kaminari, and the mischievous Mineta. Just then, the teacher of Class 1A entered the room, prompting the entire class to take their seats in an instant, which brought a slight smile to the former vigilante. Aizawa addressed the class, informing them that after participating in the sports festival, some heroines would have requested them for internships. They would need to choose one to work with, while those who were not requested could select from the options provided by the academy. He displayed the names of the requested students and the number of requests on the board. Izuku Midoriya, 3,523,259. Ryuki Todoroki, 4,792. Kid Bakuk, 4,791. Azumi Midoriya, 4,006. The students, including Izuku, were astonished by the overwhelming number of requests for him, which was an absurdly large difference. Izuku could only say wow as he processed the numbers. He had expected a high count but not one that was so extreme. Kirishima exclaimed about the significant difference, while Oyuki expressed disbelief at the numbers. Kaminari lamented that she had expected more requests for herself, and Mineta expressed frustration at not being selected, wishing to intern with Izuku. Just then, All Might burst into the classroom, calling for Midoriya. He asked Izuku to accompany him, to which Izuku agreed and left the classroom with the number one hero. All Might assumed Izuku knew why he had been called. Izuku guessed it was about Gran Torino, which made All Might's legs tremble at the thought of her. She scolded herself to stop shaking. Izuku reassured her that he would go with Gran Torino and mentioned he had something important to discuss. All Might was curious about what was troubling him. Izuku reminded her that the UA camp to improve their skills would be in 3 weeks and warned that All for One would appear. All Might was shocked and concerned at the news. Izuku assured her that he would design a device to enhance her powers to help defeat the threat, as she would be a significant problem in the future. All Might agreed to accept his help gladly, as long as it meant defeating that villain. Izuku bowed politely, saying he would return to his classroom, and left All Might's office. Azumi asked what All Might wanted with her brother. The girl with green hair smiled sweetly. Izuku mentioned that he had been recommended an internship, sitting down in his seat after giving a brief kiss to his girlfriends, who blushed in response. Other girls who liked Izuku felt a pang of jealousy, especially one with bicolor hair who had developed a strong romantic interest in him. The girl with heterochromatic eyes felt a flicker of jealousy, but she quickly suppressed it. No one noticed except for the green-haired boy, who chose to remain silent. Aizawa informed the class that they had until Friday to decide, as the internships would begin the following Monday. He emphasized the importance of their choices when he was interrupted by a certain pro-hero who entered with a captivating sway, her gaze landing on the green-haired boy. Midnight excitedly announced the need for hero names, stirring excitement among the students. She warned them that if they weren't serious, they would face consequences, as many student hero names would become well-known in society and could lead to their true identities as pro-heroes. Aizawa stated that Midnight would assist them in ensuring their names were appropriate. He then settled into his sleeping bag, reminding them not to make too much noise before drifting off. As the professional heroes shared their thoughts, Midnight handed each student a small board to choose their hero names. When she reached Izuku, he winked at her and took his board. After some time spent deciding, Midnight encouraged those who had finished to present their names. Many were nervous, but a certain blonde girl stepped forward. Aoyama proudly raised his board and declared his name, which elicited mixed reactions from the class. Midnight suggested simplifying it for ease of use. Mina then excitedly announced her name, which was accepted by Midnight. The students shared their chosen names, some more creative than others, but all were accepted except for one. Keed struggled with her choices and decided to stick with her regular name until she could think of a better one. Midnight turned to Izuku, stating that he was the last to present. He stood up and walked to face his classmates, contemplating his chosen name. He revealed his board, announcing his hero name, Elemental Hero, Shigako. Shigako meant elemental, a unique choice. The chapter concluded with a promise of an upcoming confrontation against Stain, and the author expressed apologies for the delay in posting due to illness and school commitments. Izuku, dressed in his UA uniform, stood in front of an old house that seemed less remarkable than the others. He smiled faintly before entering, carrying a briefcase that held his hero costume. He greeted Gran Torino, who was playfully pretending to be someone else. Izuku calmly introduced himself, making a slight bow to his new mentor. Gran Torino acknowledged that Tashinori had informed her of Izuku's proficiency with One for All but noted that he had yet to master it completely. She asked about a new quirk he had unlocked. Izuku explained that he had unlocked the quirk of a former user, Black Whip, demonstrating it with a few black whips. He admitted that he was still getting the hang of it. Gran Torino expressed interest in helping him perfect both the quirk and One for All during their training week, aiming for him to control at least 90% of it. Izuku shared that he could currently manage 82%, but increasing it caused his body to feel numb and painful. Gran Torino encouraged him, stating that their training would be challenging, but she believed he could handle it. "Now go put on your suit, we will start training right away." "Time is essential," she said, and the green-haired boy complied with her order. "This is Izuku's current hero suit. Because it looks better and I like it more." I should also note that Izuku doesn't handle the black whips as well as he did in the previous world. Once Izuku had put on his suit, Izuku was focused on mastering his quirk, knowing that All for One was about to make an appearance, and he needed to be prepared. He sat tiredly in a chair while Gran Torino enjoyed a snack. Gran Torino commented that Izuku had done fairly well, managing to catch him once, but there was still room for improvement, which he would help with. They were set to patrol Hosu and would take the bullet train. About 15 minutes later, Izuku and Gran Torino were on the bullet train heading to Hosu for their patrol. Many women on the train greeted Izuku, took pictures, or playfully flirted with him, which made him a bit embarrassed. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a Nomu with multiple eyes suddenly burst into the train, ready to attack the passengers. The people around were caught off guard when Gran Torino, an elderly figure, swiftly lunged at the menacing being, pulling it away from the train. Izuku, recalling something of great importance, also jumped off the train. It was the moment when Stain was battling against Lida. Activating 5% of his One for All, the green-haired boy began to sprint, weaving through the crowd and heroes who were engaged in combat with two more Nomus. After navigating through several alleys, Izuku finally spotted his blue-haired companion, who lay on the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the anti-heroine stood before a hero named Native, poised to finish her off. Stain declared that scum like them only corrupted the world and that Native would be sacrificed for a better future, calling her a false heroine. Just as he was about to strike, a blast of compressed air hit Stain's face, forcefully pushing him back. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku used his air control to lift Native and Lida, quickly moving them out of the alley. He turned to Tenya, who still remained immobilized. Izuku asked with a serious tone why Tenya was in such a state, wondering if he sought revenge because Ingenium had failed to defeat Stain. Lida, frustrated, responded that she had no such intentions. She had aimed to save the hero, evacuating civilians until she saw Stain about to attack, prompting her to intervene. However, she lamented that she had been unable to do anything. Izuku was taken aback by her admission, realizing that he had not acted in the same way as the Tenya from his other world. Despite not having saved that false heroine, she did what she could and has the potential to be a true hero, which is why I didn't finish her off, thought the now-recovered assassin after the attack from Izuku. She warned him that he should step aside if he didn't want to get hurt and ordered him to take the girl away so she could eliminate the false hero. Izuku, however, firmly believed that a hero's duty was to save people, not to let someone be killed. He activated his one for all at 30%, and the assassin was taken aback by his words, which were worthy of a true hero. Stain recognized him as a true hero and expressed her surprise. Izuku knew that it didn't matter at that moment. He was determined to stop her. He ignited his feet with a blue flame and launched himself at the assassin. As he rebounded off the walls around Stain, he left trails of fire in the air, prompting Stain to become serious about her intent to kill the false hero. While bouncing, Izuku moved at incredible speed to the right of the assassin, preparing to deliver a powerful smash enveloped in energy. Stain quickly dodged by crouching, and with her katana, she aimed a slash at the green-haired boy. However, Izuku used a black whip to catch the katana just in time, swiftly disarming her. He then launched a small glacier of ice towards Stain, forcing her to jump back repeatedly, forgetting about the flames he had left behind. The fire burned her back, causing her to let out a slight grunt of pain. Stain thought to herself that this boy would give her trouble as she drew a sword from her back and charged at him with high speed, breaking through Izuku's glacier with quick cuts. Izuku found it challenging to dodge her relentless attacks, but he was caught off guard when she threw a blade at his shoulder, embedding it deeply and causing him to wince in pain. Stain warned him that if he left with the girl, she wouldn't harm him further. Izuku, with a slight smile, replied that this was not the behavior of a hero, and his plan had succeeded. Before Stain could finish her thought about him being a true hero, she found herself trapped by a thick layer of hard earth, holding her tightly. Frustrated, she cursed under her breath. Izuku seized the opportunity and launched himself at her, spinning rapidly to deliver a powerful downward kick to her head, enhanced by his control energy. The blow was strong enough to knock the assassin out instantly, saving the heroine native. Izuku, feeling a bit of pain from the blade still lodged in his shoulder, expressed relief that he had defeated her quickly, concluding the chapter. In the practical exam area, Class 1A stood before several of their teachers. Aizawa had informed them that they would be attending a camp to enhance their skills, which required them to complete both a written and a practical exam. The written portion had been successfully passed by the entire class, and now they faced the practical exam. A week prior, the class had returned from their internships, where many had improved significantly. Izuku had gained better control over his black whips and could now use them at will. He had also increased his one-for-all percentage to 90% after intense training. However, he and Ingenium's sister, Tenya Lida, had been reprimanded for fighting without permission against a villainess, which meant the credit for that encounter would go to Endeavor, the number 2 pro hero in Japan. Aizawa began the practical exam, reminding them that it was possible to fail and urging them to give it their all. Just then, a small white-haired girl emerged from his bandages with a smile. The director explained that the exam would involve facing off against professional heroes. To win, they needed to either restrain them with HNDCFFS or reach the exit, located on the opposite side of where they started. She then announced the matchups. Cementos vs. Rikido Sato and Eiji Kirishima. Ectoplasm vs. Azumi Midoriya, Tsuyu Ajui, and Tokoyami Fumikichi. Power Loader vs. Tenya Lida and Ojiro Mashireo. Eraserhead vs. Kid Bakugu and Momo Yayarozu. Tracy vs. Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Oyama. Director vs. Mina Ishido and Kiyomi Kaminari. Present Mike vs. Kyoka Jairu and Koji Koda. Snipe vs. Toru Hagakure and Mizo Shoji. Midnight vs. Hantasiro and Minori Mineta. All Might vs. Izuku Midoriya and Oyuki Todoroki. Izuku thought about his matchup with Todoroki, believing he would face Kid, as had happened in another world. Kaminari expressed her concern about their fight against All Might and wished them luck. She approached Izuku and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, surprising him and causing some of the other girls to feel envious. Kid, noticing this, rushed towards Kaminari, demanding to know why she did that. Aizawa interrupted their antics, urging them to begin the matches. In the first battle, Cementos triumphed over Kirishima and Satu, leading them to the infirmary. The second match was won by Azumi, Tsuyu, and Tokoyami, who managed to restrain their opponent in 8 minutes. Lita and Ojiro won the third match, escaping to the exit thanks to Lita's speed and Ojiro's tail. The fourth match saw Momo and Kid win, with Kid using her quirk to explode her bindings and Momo creating a net to capture Aizawa, allowing them to put on the HNDCFFS. Uraraka and Aoyama won the fifth match by executing a clever plan to escape from Tracy. The director quickly captured Mina and Kiyomi in the sixth match. Kyoka and Koji managed to restrain Present Mike in the seventh match. Toru and Shoji won the eighth match with a solid strategy against Snipe. Minori won the ninth match alone, as Hanta was put to sleep by the pro hero's quirk, allowing her to reach the exit. Now it was time for Izuku Midoriya and Oyuki Todoroki to face All Might. Azumi wished her brother good luck, giving him a kiss before joining her classmates in the viewing room to watch the final battle. Kid told Izuku to make sure he won, giving him a kiss as well and playfully threatening him if he lost. Izuku found it strange to have 2 girlfriends, but his thoughts were interrupted when Oyuki approached him, asking what the plan was. She seemed a bit jealous of the attention he received from Kid and asked if she could call him by his first name, leaning slightly into his personal space. Izuku, feeling a bit flustered, agreed and began explaining his strategy to defeat the number 1 hero. As the signal to start echoed throughout the arena, Oyuki placed her hand on the ground, creating a massive wall of ice that surged forward. Izuku took advantage of this, lifting Oyuki in a bridal style, causing her to blush. He then stealthily maneuvered into an alleyway, using his knowledge of silent movement to avoid detection. Just as All Might shouted, "Smash!" and shattered the ice, Izuku was nowhere to be found. He planned to distract All Might while Oyuki looked for an opportunity to restrain him. Activating his One for All at 60%, Izuku's body crackled with green energy, and he launched himself at incredible speed toward All Might, rebounding off a wall to gain even more momentum. With his right leg ignited in blue energy and flames, he closed in on All Might, ready to execute his move. In the moment when Oyuki delivered a powerful kick to All Might's face, she was surprised by the impact. All Might was pushed several meters back, feeling a burning sensation on her face and a great deal of pain. A few trickles of blood ran from her mouth and nose, indicating that the blow had indeed injured the symbol of peace. All Might acknowledged the strike, noting it was a good hit from Midoriya. With her guard lowered, Oyuki seized the opportunity to rush toward All Might, propelled by her ice, intending to place HNDCFFS on the pro hero. However, just as she was about to execute her plan, All Might elbowed backward, striking Oyuki on the forehead and sending her flying back. Although she was momentarily dazed, she managed to use her ice to prevent crashing into a wall. All Might remarked that it was a good attempt but warned that she would not make it easy. Izuku quickly launched a black whip toward All Might's left arm, managing to ensnare it. However, All Might yanked the whip back with great force, pulling Izuku toward her. This was part of Izuku's strategy, but he did not anticipate All Might appearing directly in front of him and delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. The impact caused him to spit blood and sent him hurtling toward a building. When Izuku collided with the structure, he felt 2 ribs crack, but he refused to let that stop him. With some effort, he stood up, igniting blue flames in his hands. He then began to fly using his control over air. All Might was about to attack him when Oyuki froze her legs, momentarily hindering her. All Might exerted force to free herself from the ice, which Oyuki had anticipated. She then generated a large amount of fire from her left side and launched a massive wave of flames toward All Might. However, the pro hero effortlessly passed through the fire, charging at Oyuki. In a quick response, Oyuki acted a wall of ice to block the incoming attack, but All Might shattered through it with her right hand, grabbing Oyuki by the face. Without mercy, she lifted her and slammed her into the ground, creating a medium-sized crater. Oyuki was knocked out from the impact. All Might realized she might have gone too far and decided to take Oyuki to Recovery Girl later. She then turned her attention back to Midoriya, who was still in the air. Izuku was forming a small attack of heat in his left hand, a heat that was immense. He declared that he was still present and had his one for all at 80%. Although he had not mastered the attack, he was determined that it would still hurt All Might. All Might, concerned that the attack could injure Todoroki, carefully placed Oyuki behind her. As Izuku launched his attack, All Might responded with a powerful Texas Smash. When their attacks collided, a strong explosion occurred, creating a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, Izuku appeared in front of All Might, delivering a powerful smash to her face. He used 90% of his power in that strike, sending All Might crashing into a building. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku threw a black whip toward Oyuki, wrapping it around her waist. He began to run at high speed, despite the pain he felt. He was close to reaching the finish line with the unconscious Oyuki when All Might appeared right next to him. All Might announced her arrival, preparing to strike the aspiring hero, but her body froze in place, immobilized by a thick layer of ice created by Izuku, who had used a variant of his water control. Oyuki, now awake but in pain, joined Izuku in a coordinated attack that successfully froze All Might. Izuku felt exhausted from using the cruel sun and the combination attacks, but he remained determined to win as he crossed the finish line with Oyuki. The announcer began to declare the results, but a blonde woman excitedly took the microphone, interrupting. The announcement was made that the team of Izuku Midoriya and Oyuki Todoroki had won. Nearby, several women and Izuku were gathered at a cliff, believing they were taking a brief stop. At that moment, a small limousine pulled up, and two women with cat-like features exited, striking unusual poses. Mandalay proclaimed they were in the spotlight with radiant gazes, while Pixie Bob described herself as sharply cute and feline. Together, they announced their team name, the Wild Wild Pussycats. A small girl standing next to the two pro heroes had a slight bead of sweat on her forehead, finding their poses somewhat ridiculous, as most students did. Aizawa informed the group that the Pussycats would be joining them for the camp, speaking in his usual tired tone. Azumi enthusiastically explained that they were a team of 4 who had established their own agency, specializing in mountain rescues, and this would be their 12th year doing so. Just then, Pixie Bob appeared in front of her with a sharp gaze, showing her claws, and declared that she was 18 at heart, prompting Izuku's sister to respond with an enthusiastic acknowledgement. Izuku thought to himself that it was the same thing that had happened to him, a bead of sweat forming on his brow in classic anime style. Mandalay explained that the land belonged to them, allowing for a camp free from disturbances. She detailed where they would be staying, which was on the other side of the forest. Most of the girls, if not all, decided to take the bus, but Izuku, with his emerald eyes, chose to walk to the edge of the cliff, causing concern among many of his classmates. Keed called out to him, asking what he was doing, while Uraraka expressed her worry. To everyone's surprise, including the pro heroes and a certain brown-haired girl, Izuku leaped off the cliff. The girls rushed to the edge to see him, only to be astonished as he appeared to surf down the mountainside, his feet gliding along the surface. As he neared the ground, he created a small ramp of ice beneath him, allowing him to land smoothly. He looked up to see all the girls staring at him in total astonishment. He thought it was incredible and smiled, stretching his muscles as he waited for Pixie Bob to make her move. In a playful manner, Pixie Bob declared that she wanted him for herself, using her quirk to manipulate the ground beneath the students of Class 1A, causing them to start falling. Izuku simply counted down, and when he reached 1, Mandalay reminded them that they could use their quirks since it was private property. She instructed them to reach the camp in 3 hours, after passing through the beast forest. As the girls fell, they felt something wrap around their waists. To their surprise, it was a dark whip created by Izuku, helping them avoid a painful landing. Kirishima exclaimed that Izuku had helped them down and was feeling a bit flustered. Momo thanked him with a touch of elegance, while Hanta expressed confusion about the beast forest. Suddenly, the group heard a growl coming from the trees, and something rather unpleasant emerged. The class collectively reacted in shock, exclaiming about the beast they encountered. They banded together to face multiple creatures made of earth as they made their way to the camp. After 3 hours, they finally arrived, some more exhausted than others. Izuku was a bit tired, his tie askew and his shirt open due to the heat. The sight of him in that state caused a slight nosebleed among the girls. Upon reaching the camp, they were greeted by Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Aizawa, and 2 more heroines from the water hose team, which brought a smile to Izuku's face as he spotted Koda among them. Mandalay expressed surprise that they had taken the same amount of time as the heroes would have. Aizawa couldn't help but feel a sense of pride seeing his class progress. Pixie Bob noted that she had expected them to take longer and remarked that they had handled her earth beasts better than she anticipated, especially pointing out Izuku. She exclaimed that he acted without hesitation and expressed her desire to see him again in 3 years, launching herself toward him, much to the annoyance of several girls present, concluding the chapter. As the night settled, Class 1A, Class 1B, the Pussycats, Water Hose, and little Koda prepared for a bravery game. Everything seemed fine until Pixie Bob caught a whiff of something burning. Azumi pointed out the black smoke rising from the trees, and Lita questioned if something was on fire. At that moment, Pixie Bob began to levitate with a soft pink aura surrounding her, drifting toward the dark trees. However, Izuku, already aware of the situation, quickly sent a black whip to grab her waist and pull her back to safety. Waterhose number 1 wondered what had just happened, confused by Pixie Bob's levitation. Izuku, with a serious tone, warned them to come out, calling them villains, as 2 women emerged from their hiding spot, visibly annoyed. Eiji, with a worried and frightened expression, stood protectively on Izuku's right side. The red-haired villainess asked if they were part of the League of Villains. Magna, filled with anger, blamed the boy for putting her plans in jeopardy, insisting that he or those girls would take her place. Spinner, dressed similarly to Stain, interrupted, suggesting that their ideology was what had brought them there. Lita, ready for battle, questioned if their beliefs had led them to this confrontation. Spinner proudly declared her name and revealed her weapon, a collection of tightly bound swords and blades, proclaiming that she would weave their dreams into reality. Tiger, prepared to attack, was halted by Mandalay, who instructed her to hold back. Mandalay insisted that she and the other teachers would handle the villains while the students should retreat, as the delegate was in charge. As the teachers engaged the villains, Izuku and his classmates began to run, searching for their missing friends. Suddenly, Izuku stopped, causing the others to halt as well. Kaminari, feeling anxious, asked what was wrong. Izuku, with a serious tone, warned that there were more villains in the camp, prompting concern among the group. He granted them permission to fight if they encountered any villains, to which the girls enthusiastically agreed. While running, they spotted their teacher, Aizawa, who was about to search for students or villains. Upon approaching, Aizawa expressed relief that they were safe. Izuku urgently informed him about the additional villains attacking the camp. Aizawa acknowledged this and instructed them to stay alert, advising that they should fight in groups if they encountered a villain. Izuku quickly organized a plan, instructing Kirishima, Kaminari, Mineta, and Koda to find any injured or unconscious classmates, while he asked Azumi, Lita, and Siro to follow him to assist those in battle. They set off as directed by Izuku. In their search, they soon found their classmate Shoji, who was struggling to contain Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, which had spiraled out of control. Tokoyami, with a fierce expression, warned them to stay away, insisting they would be in danger if they didn't flee. Izuku, igniting his hands with bright flames, declared that heroes never abandon their friends. He aimed his hands at Dark Shadow, creating enough light to help Tokoyami regain control. As Dark Shadow retreated, Tokoyami collapsed, breathing heavily. Izuku approached her, extending his hand, now devoid of flames, and asked if she was okay. Tokoyami confirmed that she was fine, and with Izuku's help, she stood up and apologized to Shoji for her earlier actions. They continued their search for more classmates and soon spotted a bicolor-haired girl and a gray-haired girl battling a villain who used her teeth for both offense and defense. The villain was unaware of the newcomers, prompting Izuku to devise a plan. He instructed Lita to attack the villain with an upward kick, while Azumi would use her telekinesis to levitate her, allowing him to finish the fight. Lita activated her quirk, summoning intense blue flames, and dashed towards the distracted villain. With all her strength, she delivered a powerful kick to the villain's chest, causing her to stagger. Azumi quickly used her quirk to lift the villain into the air. Seizing the moment, Izuku activated his one for all at 20% and leaped above the villain, delivering a strong kick that rendered her unconscious as she fell heavily to the ground. Izuku rallied the girls to move forward, and they all agreed, though Kid, who typically hesitated, decided to follow Izuku's lead. She urged everyone to hurry, and they began to run, concluding the chapter. As they ran, several girls chased after a villain clad in a white mask and a distinctive mage outfit who had kidnapped Azumi, Izuku's sister. Izuku had anticipated this scenario, calculating a 10% chance of his sister or Kid being taken. Kid shouted for the villain to return her friend. The furious ash-haired girl propelled herself toward the masked villain known as Madame Compress. Madame Compress calmly stated that the girl was essential to their act and was not an object that could simply be returned. She approached the other villains, including a dark-haired woman with various burns on her body, Dabi, a blonde schoolgirl with a strange smile and a blush while looking at the only man present, and a villain in a grayish disguise, Twice. Just as Madame Compress began to give orders, Oyuki, Shoji, and Izuku charged at her. Izuku, using 20% of his one for all, knocked the air out of the villain, causing the marble she held to fall and free Azumi. Azumi was momentarily confused but quickly understood the situation and rushed to join the other girls, calling out to them. Lita expressed relief at Azumi's safety. To the surprise of Oyuki, Shoji, and even Izuku, Madame Compress began to transform into sludge, spreading across the floor. Izuku thought to himself that this had not happened in his other world and that he needed to act quickly. He increased his one for all percentage, igniting his hands in orange flames, surrounded by yellow electricity, while blue energy enveloped his legs. He warned the girls to be careful of the villains, noting their danger. Suddenly, a wall of blue fire separated Izuku and Oyuki from the other girls. Oyuki ignited her left and right sides, generating both heat and cold in the area. Twice exclaimed about the temperature changes, feeling both cold and hot. Izuku called out to Oyuki, ready to launch a combined attack, but his plan was thwarted when the real Madame Compress appeared beside Oyuki, preparing to trap her in a marble. However, Izuku was quicker, using a black whip to pull Oyuki behind him and immediately sending another whip toward Madame Compress. A purple portal opened beside Izuku, and Madame Compress's left hand emerged from it. As Izuku prepared to dodge, a knife was thrown, grazing his right cheek and distracting him. Taking advantage of this, the masked villain touched Izuku's head, and he found himself trapped in a marble. Inside, he smiled to himself, thinking that the first step was complete. Madame Compress declared the target ready as she withdrew her arm from the portal, standing next to her fellow villains. Oyuki, in a panic, ran toward the villains without her quirk activated, calling out to Izuku. Dabi, holding the marble containing Izuku, remarked on the situation, prompting Oyuki to hurry. Just as Izuku emerged from the marble, Dabi grabbed him by the neck and pulled him into a portal. Oyuki reached out for Izuku, but he urged her not to come closer as he disappeared with the villains. When the portal closed, Oyuki fell to the ground, rolling as Dabi's wall of fire vanished. The scene revealed all the girls from Class 1A, 1B, the Pussycats, Aizawa, and Vlad Queen. Some of the girls lay unconscious from gas dispersed by mustard. Kaminari asked where Izuku was, while Kid shouted angrily for his whereabouts. Oyuki cried out that he had been taken and that she had been unable to do anything to stop it. Azumi approached Oyuki, comforting her and assuring her that they would get Oniai-chan back. Kyoka revealed that before Yamamo lost consciousness, she had given her a mini device showing the city of Kamino, pinpointing an orange dot in a poor area, which seemed to be the hideout of the League of Villains. Aizawa noted that Yamamo had called the police, ambulances, and the UA Heroines, instructing Jairu to hand him the tracker. He organized a rescue mission for Midoriya, telling everyone to rest while waiting for the ambulances. Meanwhile, in a bar belonging to the League of Villains, Shigaraki looked at Izuku with a twisted smile, acknowledging him. Izuku realized this was their base. Shigaraki urged Izuku to join them, promising he could do whatever he wanted without following the rules of the so-called heroes, claiming everything would change. Toga excitedly encouraged Izuku to join, expressing her desire to see him every day, while Twice added his own mixed sentiments about Izuku's potential involvement. The girl in the gray villain outfit spoke confidently. Izuku, with his green hair and a slight smile, replied that he had no intention of joining them, stating that he valued his dignity too much to become just another pawn in their circus. His words irritated Shigaraki, who was determined to convince him otherwise. Dabi, with a smirk, expressed his approval of Izuku, while Shigaraki, scratching his neck, insisted that Izuku was incredibly valuable and powerful. He believed that with Izuku on their side, they would be unstoppable. However, Izuku remained resolute, his serious demeanor radiating an intimidating aura that caused the villains to step back. He clarified that he had not been captured by them. Rather, he had allowed it to happen for a reason. Kurogyari, the portal-wielding villain, asked what he intended to give them. Izuku, biting down on something in his mouth, created a sound that hinted at a hidden mechanism. Shigaraki, confused and angry, demanded to know what Izuku was doing. With a countdown, Izuku announced the moment of action, and a powerful explosion erupted near the bar, targeting the dormant Nomus. The force of the blast obliterated them, leaving no trace behind. Furious at the destruction, Shigaraki threatened Izuku, but before she could act, a knock at the bar door caught everyone's attention. Izuku, despite the tension, managed a slight smile, though sweat trickled down his forehead. A voice called out, announcing the delivery of a pizza. Toga, surprised, questioned who had ordered pizza without informing anyone, while Twice excitedly approached the door, only to realize he hadn't placed an order. Suddenly, the entrance of the bar was completely destroyed. All Might burst into the bar with a powerful entrance, declaring that the League of Villains had nowhere to run. Shigaraki, panicking, called for Kurogyari to open portals, but before she could react, an elderly hero swiftly incapacitated Kurogyari and Dabi with ease. Gran Torino, the retired hero, warned everyone to be patient. All Might, filled with determination and anger over Izuku's kidnapping, proclaimed that they were finally there to confront the villains. Just then, strange entities appeared, causing the villains to vanish from the bar, which alarmed everyone. Izuku began to be pulled away by one of these mysterious forces, prompting concern from All Might and the other heroes present. Before disappearing, Izuku managed to pass a metallic bracelet to All Might, which would enhance her one-for-all power. All Might urged her allies to follow her, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Endeavor, seeing All Might's seriousness, agreed to join her. As the heroes rushed to where Izuku and the remaining villains were, a girl with shoulder-length white hair and red eyes appeared alongside Izuku, who was channeling a significant portion of his one-for-all power. The girl expressed her regret that they had arrived, as Izuku was beginning to think for himself. Hidden nearby, several girls, including Kid, Azumi, Oyuki, Lita, Momo, Kirishima, and Kaminari, watched in silence, overwhelmed by the intense aura of danger emanating from Izuku. Izuku, unfazed by the ominous presence, acknowledged All for One, who expressed a desire to have Izuku on her side. Just then, All Might charged towards All for One, who caught her hands and was pushed back by All Might's strength. All Might vowed to make All for One pay for all the harm she had caused, while the other heroes stayed at a distance, ready to intervene. All for One, with a wicked smile, taunted All Might, suggesting that she was planning to kill her again. The chapter concluded with the tension of their confrontation hanging in the air. The scene shifted to an intense battle between the two powerful women. All Might, empowered by the bracelet Izuku had given her, initially held the advantage. However, All for One quickly retaliated, striking All Might in the chest and using metal projectiles to attack her. All Might declared that she would not allow All for One to roam free and would ensure she faced justice for her actions. The blonde heroine dodged the metallic fingers of the villainess, but that was part of the plan of the white-haired villain, as one of those metals would strike All Might's bracelet, piercing it and consequently injuring the American heroine's arm. She grimaced and then launched a punch forward, generating a compressed air attack that pushed the villainess back. All for One taunted All Might, questioning whether his strength came from that device or if his power had weakened. He continued to mock him, but suddenly he was lifted into the air, feeling two sharp objects embedded in his shoulders. He realized they were feathers, but before he could react, a powerful flame was directed at him. Endeavor unleashed one of his strongest attacks, knowing the threat All for One posed, and they needed to defeat her quickly. All for One quickly activated Kurogiri's quirk, sending one of her metallic fingers into the villainess's arm, creating a portal in front of her that transported the attack toward the other heroines. Best Jeanist quickly created a dome with super-resistant threads to protect everyone present, but All Might was faster, launching a powerful attack that collided with Endeavor's, resulting in a massive explosion without causing any injuries. All for One dismissed the heroines, removing the feathers from her shoulders and landing gracefully on the ground, unharmed. Hawks observed seriously as he flew alongside Endeavor, noting how easily she had discarded his feathers. All for One then forced Kurogiri's quirk to activate again, transporting Shigaraki and the other villainesses who were fighting Izuku away against their will. Izuku struck All for One with a powerful blow, causing her to crash face-first into the ground and bounce back. He followed up with a spinning kick that hit the right side of her abdomen, sending her flying into a crumbling building. He remarked that she shouldn't have taken her allies away. All Might acknowledged Izuku's effort, while Gran Torino praised the punch but warned that it hadn't defeated the villainess. They needed to prepare as she dodged numerous attacks from All for One and the other heroines. All for One, floating and bleeding from her head and mouth, declared that Izuku Midoriya would be the end of them both, aiming to destroy their legacy. All Might, channeling her full power, unleashed intense purple lightning, creating a powerful wind that cleared the dust around her. All for One resolved to end the battle once and for all, gathering her most powerful quirks in her arms before launching herself into combat. She charged at All Might, evading fireballs from Endeavor. Best Jeanist attempted to ensnare her with threads, but All for One countered with a devastating blow that struck All Might in the stomach, causing her to fall unconscious and lose a significant amount of blood. Mount Lady was furious, knowing her teammate had suffered a serious injury. Without hesitation, she scooped up her injured companion and declared she would take her to a hospital, activating her quirk to run faster. Izuku felt a surge of frustration but quickly focused, combining his fingers to unleash multiple Delaware Smash attacks imbued with blue flames, showcasing the power behind his strikes. All for One, thinking of the first quirk of the ninth user, dodged with some difficulty, but All Might appeared beside her, delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing into beams and buildings. Endeavor seized the opportunity, launching a massive attack toward All for One, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Izuku thought about how that attack would have been fatal if it had hit him. The battle continued as a powerful shockwave surged toward all the heroines, sending some flying while others crashed into various objects, falling out of the fight. Izuku managed to avoid being thrown back by anchoring 5 black whips into the ground and creating an ice wall behind him. All Might, noticing Izuku's determination, exchanged a glance with him, and he nodded in understanding. They would seize a moment of vulnerability from the villainess to deliver the final blow. All for One, growing increasingly frustrated, declared that she would kill everyone present. The white-haired villainess was visibly irritated, her body marked with multiple burns, and her clothing was nearly torn apart, leaving her in only her undergarments and shorts. She began to extract various metallic objects from her large arms, launching them relentlessly, forcing many to dodge as they ran. Some were unable to avoid the attacks and were struck. Endeavor, while evading, unleashed an attack called Hell Spider to cut through the barrage of metal projectiles. The villain taunted the heroines, challenging their resolve, while she focused on her offensive, momentarily lowering her guard. This lapse did not go unnoticed by Izuku and the pro-hero All Might. Both Izuku and All Might, empowered by the One for All, seized the moment. They thought to themselves that now was the time to act. With incredible speed, Izuku pushed the one for all to its maximum, ready to strike alongside his mentor. They appeared before the villainess, who looked at them in surprise. Together, they declared that it would end there. Realizing she could not evade their combined attack, the villain cursed under her breath. The other heroes rallied, urging them to finish the fight. The crowd watching the battle erupted in support, chanting the names of their heroes. Izuku and All Might unleashed their final move, shouting the name of their attack with all their might. Izuku's left fist glowed with blue energy and flames as they delivered a powerful blow that struck the villainess squarely in the face, driving her into the ground. The force generated a tornado effect, pushing back the other heroines and helicopters, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust. Silence fell over the scene, obscured by the dust. The heroines waited anxiously for the outcome. As the dust began to settle, All for One was revealed, lying on the ground, bloodied and lifeless from the final strike. Izuku and All Might stood tall, fists raised in victory, prompting cheers of joy and excitement from the crowd, celebrating the triumph of All Might and the aspiring hero. However, the cheers quickly turned to expressions of horror and panic as All Might was suddenly pierced by a metallic object with red lines, striking her in the left side of her abdomen. Izuku rushed to his mentor's side, calling out to her in alarm, but then he heard applause echoing through the area, accompanied by a sinister laugh. A deep, menacing voice spoke, acknowledging their victory over the villainess but questioning whether they could withstand the new threat. Gran Torino, All Might's mentor, inquired about the identity of this new foe while assisting All Might alongside other heroines. Izuku, filled with disbelief, recalled a past confrontation, struggling to comprehend how this enemy had returned. Chapter end. All for One observed the stunned expression on the green-haired hero's face and taunted him, questioning what was happening. Izuku, serious and sweating, wondered how All for One had returned. Endeavor, feeling uneasy about the masked figure, questioned who Deku was, her flames flickering in response to the tension. Many were confused, unable to grasp the conversation between Izuku and the villain. The only one who understood was the injured All Might, who was aware of Izuku's past life but was equally perplexed by All for One's presence. All for One noted the changes in Izuku since their last encounter, a chilling tone in his voice. He explained that he had been reincarnated by Satan, shocking Izuku. The revelation stunned everyone present, leaving them speechless. All for One then declared that the Izuku Midoriya they knew was merely a replacement, an imposter. He boasted that defeating Izuku would restore his strength and enhance his quirk, ominously stating that this would be Izuku's end. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Izuku felt the weight of the moment. He knew he had to confront All for One without delay, despite the pain from his previous battle. An aura of blue and green energy began to envelop him, causing the ground beneath him to crack and dust to scatter. He prepared to unleash his full power, declaring one for all at full strength. Gran Torino observed the scene, noting that All for One seemed as strong, if not stronger, than before. Endeavor recognized the need for All Might's strength and urged for her assistance, determined to team up against the villain. However, All for One, aware that All Might's presence would complicate matters, targeted her directly. He extended his hand toward All Might's mentor, lifting her into the air, leaving Gran Torino bewildered. All Might, in pain, watched helplessly as Gran Torino was raised. Izuku, desperate to save her, lunged at All for One, but the villain's grip tightened, sealing Gran Torino's fate. Endeavor, enraged by the loss of her ally, summoned powerful blue flames, her anger palpable. All for One relished in the chaos, knowing that absorbing Endeavor's quirk would significantly boost his own power. As Izuku clenched his fists, his aura intensified, and he glared at All for One with fierce determination. The transformation in his eyes was striking. The whites turned black while his pupils glowed a vibrant green, instilling awe and fear in those who witnessed it. All for One, intrigued by Izuku's fury, anticipated the confrontation, eager to settle their score. The villain exclaimed as he drew forth several metallic objects with red lines, which were where the green-haired boy had been just moments before. However, Izuku was much faster, disappearing from the spot in an instant, surprising all for one with his incredible speed. The villain's surprise grew even greater when he found the freckled boy standing right in front of him, his face twisted in anger, sending a chill down all for one's spine. Before the villain could react, Midoriya unleashed a flurry of punches, striking all for one in the face, chest, and stomach. He even shattered the villain's mask. Following this, the green-haired boy delivered a powerful kick to all for one's stomach, causing the villain to spit blood and be propelled rapidly towards the heroines. Endeavor, recognizing that Izuku had created an opening for her to attack, prepared herself. All for one thought to himself that this boy was even stronger than the last time he had encountered him, noticing that Izuku possessed a new quirk. But before he could finish his thought, he felt something grip his back. Turning his gaze, he saw it was Endeavor. He attempted to shake her off, but the immense heat she generated made it difficult. He cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't use his quirks in this situation. Endeavor remained silent as she soared into the sky, using the flames from her legs to propel herself upward. Once she reached a great height, she shouted her attack, igniting a massive tower of blue flames that erupted into a powerful explosion, shaking the entire area. Even the helicopters had to retreat from the intense heat. As debris began to fall, Izuku caught Endeavor with a black whip, preventing her from crashing to the ground. She was unconscious from exerting herself beyond her limits, her body covered in burns and her clothing nearly charred. Izuku hoped he had finished the fight, still in his full combination state. However, he knew deep down that this would not be enough to defeat the killer of previous wielders. His instincts were correct, as a silhouette emerged from the smoke, and the one for all bearer recognized it instantly. All for one reflected that if he hadn't protected himself in time, he would have met the same fate as All Might's mentor. He surrounded himself with layers of air for protection, smirking mockingly, which only fueled Izuku's anger. Izuku charged at the villain with incredible speed, resembling a living blue lightning bolt, shocking the onlookers, including Inko, his mother, and Azumi, who watched with their hearts racing. As Izuku launched himself at All for One, the villain began to spin, enveloped in blue flames and green electricity, creating a tornado-like effect that left destruction in its wake. When he collided with All for One, the villain quickly conjured 10 layers of air to block the attack, knowing how powerful Izuku could be. However, the combination of Izuku's strength and speed shattered those layers effortlessly. Upon impact, All for One felt the heat, electricity, and force of the boy's attack, letting out a cry of pain. Still spinning, Izuku ascended into the sky and, without giving his wicked opponent a chance to recover, seized All for One's right arm. In a desperate attempt to counter, All for One used his Air Blast quirk to strike Izuku with his free arm, but the boy surprisingly remained unaffected. Izuku then slammed the villain into the ground with such force that All for One became buried beneath the earth. Quickly, the aspiring hero gathered a massive amount of fire in his right arm using his fire control quirk and unleashed it in a powerful explosion directed at the buried villain. The heroines present on the battlefield were thrown back by the magnitude of the attack, and the spectators gasped in awe at the immense power displayed by the green-haired boy. They began to cheer, calling out his name, hopeful that he could defeat the infamous villain. Izuku descended to the ground, distancing himself from All for One, and began to breathe heavily, exhausted from his previous battle against the female version of All for One. He was using a significant portion of his power alongside his other quirk, knowing he would not emerge unscathed from this fight. Izuku cursed himself, feeling the weight of fatigue as his eyes returned to their normal state. His elemental control quirk deactivated completely, revealing numerous burns on his arms and legs. He felt his body paralyzed from the electricity coursing through him, every part of him aching from the strain of One for All. Unable to continue, he had to deactivate his inherited quirk. Just then he was struck in the right side of his abdomen and left shoulder, his pupils momentarily turning white from the impact. He gasped in pain as he was hit again in his arms and chest, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell backward, overwhelmed by agony and numbness. All for One appeared, his chest exposed, covered in wounds with blood dripping from his body and face. He remarked that Izuku had come very close to defeating him but noted that the tables had turned. He taunted the young hero, calling him by his name as the battle raged on. The villain declared, causing his right arm to grotesquely transform, merging numerous quirks into one. He stood before the green-haired hero, asserting that he would kill him just as he had done with the other bearers. He continued, stating that despite a good fight, the hero would die, plunging the world into chaos, and he would rule over all without anyone to stand in his way. Izuku, lying on the ground with one eye open and the other closed, struggled to speak, asserting that there would always be someone who would rise and fight. All for one scoffed at his words, dismissing them as foolish last words typical of a hero. Just as he was about to finish Izuku, he had to quickly block a powerful blow. All Might had intervened, furious and fully recovered, declaring that she would not allow him to continue hurting Midoriya. She vowed to avenge the death of her mentor, delivering a powerful smash to the villain, pushing him back forcefully. She then swiftly carried Izuku to where the other pro-heroes were gathered, instructing Mirko to take him to Recovery Girl urgently. Mirko, albeit annoyed at not being able to confront the villain herself, complied and took Izuku to safety, where the youthful heroine awaited. All Might expressed her frustration, declaring that she had had enough of the situation. A dangerous and powerful battle raged on, with the number 1 heroine, a symbol of peace and justice, facing off against the recently emerged All for One. Both combatants exchanged rapid and hard-hitting blows, neither yielding. However, All for One had the advantage, knowing All Might's movements and how to counter them. The intensity of their fight shook the very ground around them. Meanwhile, Izuku lay unconscious on a stretcher, positioned away from the combat zone for safety. After Recovery Girl had healed his wounds, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, feeling the gaze of many people upon him. Azumi rushed to embrace her brother, tears streaming down her face from the fear the battle had instilled in her. Uraraka joined in, hugging Izuku tightly, relieved to see him safe. Surprisingly, all the girls from Class A were present, along with the entire Class 1B. Kaminari expressed his concern, thinking Izuku had perished, while Mineta exclaimed that they believed he was dead. Izuku reassured them that he was fine, emphasizing the importance of helping All Might. Just then, Eraserhead and Endeavor arrived, having heard the commotion. Aizawa wasted no time, stating that it was good Izuku had awakened and that they needed to get straight to the point. Endeavor granted permission for all of them, including Izuku, to assist in the fight, acknowledging that they could not defeat the villain alone. Kendo questioned whether it was wise to ask for help from aspiring heroes, but Kid, filled with anger over what had happened to her beloved, insisted on wanting to confront the villain herself. Aizawa decided it was settled. They would all go, and Izuku, now recovered, was essential in the pursuit of the villain. The girls were surprised to see all the top heroes gathered, alongside many others of lower rank. Endeavor declared that it was now or never. Meanwhile, All Might continued to deliver powerful blows to the villain, who skillfully dodged and countered. It was evident that All Might was stronger than the All Might he had previously encountered. However, as she dodged a strike, All for One struck back, causing her to cough up blood. The villain, using his quirk, pierced through her abdomen and limbs, making her gasp in pain. All Might, severely injured, struggled to maintain her composure, realizing that even in her fully recovered state, she could not defeat this villain who had taken her mentor's life. All for One taunted her, claiming she was weak and lacked hatred, preparing to finish her off under the terrified gaze of many onlookers. Kid shouted, demanding that the villain stay away from All Might, filled with rage over the situation. The furious woman with ash-colored hair unleashed a powerful explosion at the villain. The villain, however, conjured a barrier of air in front of him, successfully deflecting Kid's attack. He then directed a similar barrier toward Bakugo, causing the ash blonde to be propelled upward before crashing heavily to the ground, exclaiming in frustration. Fortunately, she was caught by a black whip, preventing her from hitting the ground, thanks to Izuku, who wore an annoyed expression at seeing his mentor in such a state. All for One was responsible for this, and the loss of Gran Torino weighed heavily on him, especially with All Might now gravely injured. All for One observed with a smirk, acknowledging Izuku's recovery. He noted the presence of reinforcements, his tone strangely calm despite the gathering of heroes. Vlad Queen declared their intent to take him down, her anger evident. Ryukyu, appearing as a massive dragon due to her quirk, warned him that surrendering would be in his best interest. Izuku, filled with determination, vowed that all for one would pay for the pain he had caused. His hatred for the villain, who was also Tamura Shigaraki's mentor, had intensified 100-fold. All for one, unfazed, opened his arms, revealing over 200 gray portals from which countless nomes emerged weak, normal, strong, and high-grade. Eraserhead adjusted his yellow glasses, preparing for the inevitable battle, while Mirko, the rabbit heroine, expressed her eagerness to take down every one of the creatures. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield, resembling a war zone, as the heroes and aspiring heroes, along with All for One and Izuku, braced for the confrontation. The tension broke when a piece of rock fell, creating a loud sound that prompted all pro-heroes and aspirants to charge into battle. Endeavor shouted the command to attack just as All for One ordered the nomes to engage. The creatures surged forward, ready to clash with the heroes. The once great city had transformed into a battlefield where heroines and nomes clashed. Aspirants poured their hearts into the fight, determined not to lose. Lita spotted a Nomu about to strike one of her best friends from behind. She warned Azumi to duck, and the green-haired girl complied, allowing Tenya to use his quirk and deliver a swift, powerful kick to the creature's head, soaring over her friend. Azumi thanked Tenya and urged him to jump as another Nomu aimed for her friend's feet. The girl with glasses leaped into the air, and Azumi used her quirk to lift the Noma high above, then let it crash down onto another beast, leaving a mess behind. She grimaced at the sight. Everyone fought valiantly, gradually gaining ground against the weaker nomes. However, the high-level ones posed a different challenge. Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, and Edgeshot battled fiercely against these formidable foes, managing to defeat several of them. Mirko executed her signature move, spinning and delivering a kick that sent a Nomu crashing to the ground. Hawks, flying above, launched razor-sharp feathers at the creatures, his expression serious. Izuku floated in the air, using his air control quirk to create a small sun in his left palm, radiating intense heat. He had perfected this ability over time and warned the heroines to stay back, leaving only the nomes in his path. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his attack, causing the ground to shatter and creating an explosion that incinerated the nomes sent by All for One. The villain observed the devastation, acknowledging the power of Izuku's quirk. He had to react quickly to avoid a strike from the green-haired boy, but his arms were ensnared by dark whips that Izuku had conjured. Frustration surged within him. Izuku prepared for a decisive blow, channeling his strength into a powerful punch aimed at All for One's head. The force of the strike sent tremors through the area, and though All for One was about to be propelled away, Izuku ensnared him again, this time using a variation of his quirk to control blood, immobilizing the villain in surprise. All for One, enraged, cursed the young hero for having more tricks up his sleeve. He struggled against the restraints, but Eraserhead had neutralized his primary quirk, leaving him vulnerable. The hero maintained a steady focus, water floating near his eyes to keep them open. Izuku, fueled by determination, raised his one for all to its maximum. He knew he couldn't hold back. With All for One restrained, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, combining his original quirk with relentless force. As he continued his assault, Izuku's anger intensified, and he declared that All for One would pay for all the pain he had caused. The villain, desperate, called for his nomes to protect him. But they rushed to his side too late. Just then, Lemillion appeared, delivering a strong blow to a Nomu. Izuku was surprised to see his friend join the fight. Nijire also joined in, launching waves of energy at the nomes while Tamaki used tentacles to throw them into the air for Nijire to target. All for One, furious at the sudden reinforcements, realized his plan to eliminate Izuku was unraveling. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Izuku, channeling the energy of his friends, declared that they were not mere distractions but his allies. As he tapped into Plus Ultra, his power surged, and the atmosphere around him crackled with intensity. He prepared for his ultimate attack, gathering all his strength into his right arm, igniting it with fire, energy, darkness, and wind, causing his sleeve to disintegrate. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his final blow, declaring his attack as he struck All for One with overwhelming force, piercing through the villain's defenses. All for One could hardly comprehend the magnitude of the blow he had just received. He had lost, once again, to that kid, he thought for the last time as he felt his imminent death. He began to fall heavily toward the ground, ultimately landing on his back, lifeless. Several people were gathered around a figure lying on a stretcher after the fierce battle that had taken place just 2 hours earlier. The heroines had emerged victorious without any losses, except for Gran Torino. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had defeated All for One, was now on a hospital stretcher. He had been brought in after losing consciousness, severely injured and exhausted from overusing One for All and elemental control. His body was covered in bandages, some even on his face. The girls from Class 1A, along with Inko Midoriya and Shota Aizawa, were watching over the green-haired boy, many feeling deep sorrow as they recalled the immense effort he had put into fighting that villain. Inko had rushed to the hospital as quickly as she could, and Aizawa was there to ask Izuku several questions. Kyoko wondered when Izuku would wake up, her voice tinged with sadness. She also had some bandages on her face from her battle against the Nomus. Mina expressed her worry, feeling truly concerned about Izuku's condition. It was hard for her to see him injured, especially since he was the boy she liked. Oyuki pondered seriously about why the villain had called Deku, recalling everything the faceless villain had said. Inko hoped desperately that her son would wake up soon, her eyes glistening with tears. It pained her deeply to see her beloved child in such a state, a sight she could hardly bear. Suddenly, they all noticed Izuku beginning to open his eyes with some effort, prompting them to rush into the room to see him sitting up on the stretcher. Inko embraced her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. Seeing him awake and seemingly recovering was an immense relief. Izuku reassured her with a smile, conveying a sense of peace. The fact that he had defeated All for One in this world, and the other brought him comfort. Azumi, Izuku's sister, also shed tears of relief, as did several of her classmates. Kid, with her typical tsundere attitude, expressed her relief that Izuku had finally woken up. Lita sighed in relief, glad to see Midoriya was okay. Kaminari exclaimed that she had thought he had gone to another world, her eyes welling up with tears. To her, Izuku was a role model and someone she loved. Izuku assured them that he was recovering and then turned to Aizawa, asking about All Might. Aizawa informed him that All Might was undergoing surgery due to severe injuries sustained during the battle. Recovery Girl had been unable to heal him because of the risk to his life. The villain had severely damaged his stomach and part of his respiratory system. Uraraka noted that All Might's condition could have been worse if it hadn't been for Bakugo's intervention. Aizawa had several questions for Midoriya now that he was awake. He no longer wore his usual expression of exhaustion but instead looked serious. Izuku took a deep breath, knowing it was time to reveal the truth. He invited Aizawa to go ahead with his questions, and the girls fell silent, eager to hear the answers. Aizawa asked if it was true that Izuku was not the real Izuku Midoriya and if he came from another world. Izuku confirmed this, explaining that he was from a world where he had died fighting All for One. The revelation left many of them wide-eyed in shock. Aizawa inquired about the villain's mention of gods and devils. Izuku explained that there were deities who watched over all worlds, the multiverse. The gods were of the highest rank, responsible for overseeing and guiding souls to the afterlife or reincarnating them. Angels were considered the children of the gods, while devils were their opposites, tasked with destroying the multiverse. The gods and angels kept the devils in check, a truth Izuku had learned from Kamisama himself. Shoji was astonished, while Momo found it impressive. Oyuki, wanting to know more, asked why the villain had called him Deku. Kirishima also expressed curiosity about this. Izuku explained that Deku was his hero name in his other world, meaning useless. However, Ochako interrupted, saying that to her, it meant, you can do it. This surprised Izuku greatly. Mineta then asked what Izuku's other world was like. The curious girl wanted to know more, intrigued by the topic. Tsuyu expressed her interest, resting her index finger on her chin. Izuku began to explain but was interrupted by their teacher. Aizawa reminded Midoriya that what he had done was illegal, and this time Yue could not help him. The girls around them felt a wave of concern. However, Aizawa revealed that the president of Japan had sent something for Izuku, pulling an item from his pocket and handing it to the green-haired boy. Inko, Izuku's mother, asked what it was, and he replied that it was a provisional license, examining what Aizawa had given him. Kid, with her usual fiery tone, declared that having the license did not mean Izuku had surpassed her. Aizawa, with his quirk activated, reminded Bakugo to show more respect as they were in a hospital. He informed them that Yue would give them a week to rest and recover, allowing them to either go home or to the High Alliance. He then left the room. Azumi, sitting next to her boyfriend, expressed her disbelief that her brother had been reincarnated. Tokoyami agreed but noted that dwelling on that topic was unproductive. Inko announced that she had to leave, inviting Azumi and Izuku to come home, kissing them both on the forehead and asking the other girls to take care of her children. The girls promised to do so, bowing in unison as Inko departed from the hospital. Izuku apologized to the girls for not sharing the important news, fearing they would be upset with him. Hagakure reassured him that they understood why he had to keep that secret. Aoyama enthusiastically agreed, while Ochako reminded him that everyone had their secrets, and they wouldn't be angry over that. Lita added that it wouldn't be fitting for a good friend to hold a grudge. Mina then suggested celebrating Izuku's victory by going to the movies, which excited the girls. Kirishima enthusiastically agreed, and Izuku accepted the idea, thinking a little break would be nice, which thrilled the girls even more. However, he noted that they would need to go to another city since their current one was nearly destroyed. Oyuki smiled, happy to see Izuku doing well, and Mina expressed her eagerness for Izuku to be discharged so they could prepare for their outing. This could be an opportunity for her and the others, except for Azumi and Kid, to become closer to Izuku. As the scene shifted, Izuku was seen leaving the hospital where he had been for the past 2 days, now accompanied by 4 pro heroes: Endeavor, who had recovered, Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Midnight, who was there to ensure the other women wouldn't break through the hospital gates to reach Izuku. Aizawa informed Midoriya that they would take him to UA to pick up a suit for Gran Torino's funeral, mentioning they had been waiting for him to begin. Izuku, feeling a bit sad about losing one of his mentors, thanked them for their patience. Endeavor encouraged him not to be disheartened, reminding him that he had brought justice by defeating the villain. Avoiding the crowd of women and journalists, the group got into a waiting car that took them to the academy, which was mostly empty except for a few teachers and the director. Izuku headed to the director's office, knocking on the door and receiving a prompt, "Come in." He greeted the director and explained he had come for the suit for the funeral. The director pointed out the suit on a shelf, thanking him for defeating the villain and assuring him he would become a great hero. Izuku humbly replied that he didn't need thanks, as that was what a hero was supposed to do. He then went to the only men's restroom at UA to change into the suit. After getting dressed, Izuku made his way to the location of Gran Torino's funeral, where many people had gathered, including a blonde American woman. After the funeral concluded, Izuku and All Might placed a white flower on their teacher's grave, bidding her farewell with a few tears before leaving the somber place and heading home. At the Midoriya household, Izuku entered to find an unusual absence of women outside, but it didn't bother him. Upon entering, he was warmly embraced by Inko and Azumi, who held him tightly. Inko expressed her joy at seeing him, her eyes glistening with tears. Azumi happily declared how much she had missed her brother, explaining that she hadn't been able to visit him at the hospital because she had been busy planning an outing with her friends, with Kid surprisingly helping in the arrangements. Izuku smiled and suggested they eat something together since they were all home. Inko revealed that they had prepared katsudon, knowing he would visit that day. They spent the rest of the day as a family, enjoying movies and conversations. The next day, Izuku was getting ready for an outing with his friends. Kyoka had called him to confirm they would meet at the entrance of an amusement park in Shizuoka at 2:30. He wondered if he looked good as he checked himself in the mirror. As he left the house, he said goodbye to Inko and made his way to the park. Along the way, many girls asked him for autographs, photos, greetings, and even kisses, which he politely declined. He arrived precisely at 2:30, where he found Azumi, Kid, Oyuki, Ochako, Lita, Momo, Mina, Kyoka, Hagakure, Tsu, Kaminari, Mineta, Kirishima, Siro, and Ojiro waiting for him, all casually dressed. Izuku couldn't help but blush at the sight. He thought about how Mineta and Denki from his other world would be jealous and greeted the girls, asking if they had been waiting long. Oyuki assured him they had just arrived, while Kid playfully chided him for being late but expressed her happiness that he came. Momo suggested they enter the park now that everyone was together. Kaminari excitedly exclaimed her desire to ride the roller coaster and took Izuku's hand, leading him into the park. They began to enjoy the attractions, with Izuku winning numerous games and giving the prizes to the girls. Kirishima then proposed they go to the cinema to catch a new movie, which everyone agreed to, including Izuku, who insisted on paying for the tickets despite their protests. As they entered the cinema and settled into their seats, Mina hoped the movie would be fun, and Izuku agreed, feeling optimistic. Kyoka mentioned that those who had seen it said it was one of the best, and Ochako echoed her excitement. Izuku felt a warm blush on his cheeks as he took in the happy expressions of his friends. Hagakure teased him about his blush, and Lita confirmed it, prompting Izuku to deny it, though his attempts were in vain. Just as Azumi was about to say something sweet, the movie began. After an hour and 45 minutes filled with laughter, they exited the cinema and took a final stroll for the day, passing by a beach where they watched the sunset reflecting on the water, creating a beautiful scene. Mina remarked on the beauty of it, while Tsu simply said, "Karo." Momo, feeling the moment was right, approached Izuku, catching his attention. Izuku asked what was on her mind, and the other girls, except for Azumi and Kid, gathered closer, sensing Momo's intention. Kirishima hesitated, prompting Izuku to ask if something was wrong. They all wanted to express their feelings, and Kid urged them to just say it. In unison, they declared they wanted Izuku to be their boyfriend. His surprised expression reflected his shock at their simultaneous confession. Ochako explained that they had liked him for a long time, and when he had previously turned them down, he had said that if they won his love, he would be their boyfriend. Kaminari added that they wanted their future to include him and no one else. Mineta mentioned how he had saved and helped them so many times, making him their role model. Lita then reiterated their question, asking if he would be their partner, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku observed the changes in the girls around him with a faint smile. He was about to respond when Oyuki stepped in front of him and surprised everyone by kissing him gently on the lips. As she pulled away, Izuku was taken aback, his cheeks flushed with surprise. Oyuki then asked him directly if he would be their boyfriend. With a smile, Izuku accepted, and the other girls beamed with joy, rushing toward him in excitement. It had been 12 years since Izuku had agreed to date his classmates, and they had all become partners. They had since married, and while some called it a harem, he preferred to think of it as polygamy, a more accurate term. They had graduated from the academy and become professional heroes. As the first male hero, Izuku had gained significant attention worldwide. However, his greatest achievement was becoming the #1 hero in Japan, a fact that filled his wives, the retired All Might, and his mother with pride. His mother had nearly flooded her home with tears of joy when she heard the news. Strangely, the League of Villains had been silent during this time, leading many to believe they had vanished. But Izuku knew better. He sensed they were plotting something dangerous. Now, he found himself at home with his wives in a large mansion where they all lived together. He was eagerly anticipating the arrival of 13 children, a prospect that excited him, especially since he hadn't had this opportunity in his previous life. Izuku, now 28 years old, stood tall and strong, recognized as the #1 hero and famous across various countries. He had never been defeated by any villain, earning the title, Shigako, the invincible hero. This reputation made villains think twice before attempting their schemes. Kid, his ash-blonde wife, looked up at him, noticing his distraction. She had grown a few inches and was noticeably PRGNT. Azumi, another of his wives, expressed her concern, having also grown taller and expecting twins. Oyuki reassured him that he could share anything with them, and Izuku appreciated their concern. Kaminari, who was 8.5 months pregnant, gently rubbed her belly, excited about becoming a mother. Lida, ever the responsible one, reminded the girls to rest for the sake of their babies. Ochako, who was also expecting, agreed with Lida, emphasizing the importance of their health. Just then, Tsuyu called out from the living room, prompting everyone to gather around her. They found her and the other wives, including Inko, who had moved in with Izuku and Azumi. They were all watching the news, and Mineta, who had undergone a significant personality change, pointed out the live broadcast from Chiba Prefecture. The screen showed chaos as numerous villains wreaked havoc, and several heroines were engaged in battle. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Izuku's expression turned serious. He checked his modern, futuristic watch and pressed a button 3 times. In an instant his hero costume appeared on him. The others followed suit, and Izuku rallied his wives, urging them to prepare for action. The green-haired hero stepped out of his house alongside his companions. As he activated the quirk he had unlocked from Nana Shimura, he began to float. 7 black whips emerged from his fingers, wrapping around the waists of the women beside him as they rushed toward the scene where the villains were attacking. The Chiba Prefecture lay in ruins, with villains steadily gaining ground. However, the heroines refused to give up. The residents had already been evacuated, so there was no fear of casualties among the civilians. Sun Eater expressed his frustration as he used his tentacles to fend off several villains, but more kept arriving. A random heroine exclaimed in disbelief that it felt like they were multiplying. Just then, she was struck from behind, causing her to fall to the ground in pain. Surrounded by several villains with sadistic smiles, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. One of the villains smirked, and just when they were about to finish off the heroine, a voice rang out, declaring that everything would be all right because help had arrived. The heroines felt a surge of joy and relief upon hearing the voice of the man who had never been defeated. The villains, on the other hand, turned pale, resembling ghosts, as the strongest hero of all, Hero Shigako, made his entrance. The green-haired hero landed dramatically alongside his companions and the heroines. Red Riot announced their arrival with a serious expression, yet her smile conveyed confidence as she activated her quirk, hardening her entire body. Battle Fist expressed her relief at their timely arrival, striking 2 villains with her massive fists. Izuku, ready to take action, prepared to confront the villains. However, at that moment, over 500 nomes began to emerge from a portal, forming 10 rows filled with various types of nomes, some stronger than All Might. The heroines were taken aback by the overwhelming number of foes, but Izuku remained serious. The nomes shifted aside as Tamura Shigaraki stepped out of the portal, now taller with completely white hair and no longer adorned with hands on his body. Beside him stood Himiko Toga, sporting a ponytail, along with Dabi, who had become an albino. Madame Compress appeared unchanged except for the absence of her mask, while Twice no longer wore his gray disguise, having overcome his trauma. Kurogiri looked practically the same. Shigaraki greeted Izuku with a somewhat sadistic smile, remarking on their reunion. Izuku responded seriously, noting that it had taken the villains over 10 years to show themselves again and that this time, they wouldn't let them escape. Dabi taunted Izuku, questioning whether he could back up his heroic words. Oyuki, recalling Izuku's revelation about Dabi's true identity as Tuya, declared that they wouldn't allow him to escape again. All for one. The unexpected twists kept everyone on their toes, and the final part of the chapter was particularly thrilling. The excitement was palpable, and it left a lasting impression. The anticipation for what comes next was building, and it was clear that readers were eager to see how the story would unfold. Izuku knew that at some point they would appear, so he personally prepared for it. He pulled out the metallic sphere with electric blue lines and,